If anybody is joining in, please be patient. I'm going to be 5 minutes. I'm just doing some shares what I can in the middle. And I hope people are ready for tonight, because it is about questions and answers, and the topic is above my head. I will be talking about every part of this, and I'm available for any questions that anybody might have.
When we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one, there are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can go on day by day. That someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family. And the truth, love is all we need. We are the children. We are the ones.
Oh, I forgot to put the other side on. There we go. 3, 2, 1. So if anybody's joining in, just be patient. I'll just be a couple of minutes. We are going to be talking about the topic that's above my head. If anybody has comments relating to the topic or even solutions, it's up to us, the public, that needs to come up with the solutions, because it is our children, sisters, daughters, mothers who are persecuted over what we're going through.
We are the children. We all want to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Oh, there's a choice for making. We're saving our lives. If you would make a better day, just you and me. We're down and out, there seems no hope at all. But if you just believe, there's nowhere we can fall. When we stand together as one. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own life. It's true, we make.
Can anybody give me the heads up if you could hear me on both platforms, if it's possible? Just yes, you could hear me fine. That's good enough for me. Liz Jane, if my volume is coming through, if you just give us a heads up, please. I'd be grateful.
It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. Oh, let me hear you. We're all one. We are the children.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Love and respect. Mr. Anderson, could you just check? Good evening, Hilda. Could you just give us a heads up? Somebody could hear me on that side. Yeah, loud and clear there. Perfect. You clear. Thank you, Ace. Thank you so much, my friend. I'd say just last 2 minutes or so. We are the world. We are the children. Yes, sir. We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true. We make a better day. Just you and me. Last minute. It's just I do whatever I can at the beginning because I don't get the chance when I'm active. I actually don't even get the time to even think about it. They usually block me anyway. So while I've paused that now. Yeah, so there is going to be a lot that I will be going through tonight. People need to wake up. This problem is literally burning our nation down. And people better start waking up. Major problems and issues. I just hope people start coming forward to help and support, to be perfectly honest. It is overwhelming. And, you know, it's not a one-man job, this is everybody collectively needs to start helping here. We are women, sisters, somebody's sisters, daughters, siblings, mothers, wives, grandmothers, every day of the week suffering in silence in every corner of the country, whether you're in Wales, whether you're in Scotland, whether you're in Ireland, whether you're in the UK. These people that are doing this, they don't care what color you are, what creed you are, what religion you are, what background you are. They don't really simply care. I'm on my last share, and Cheeky, you man, I'm getting you in first because I'm still doing this shares. I hope you're well, brother. Well, brother. You're echoing. I don't know why that is.
Always do. 1 sec.
The crown is a weight that crushes.
Don't turn it up.
You'll do things that spell death for all.
Yeah. Fire frequency.
With exposing her as a weak.
Okay. Cheeky, just put yourself on mute for a second.
I'm here. Yeah. I'm just sharing it out. Bear with me. Can you play a song now, brother? Keep it going. Play another song, then I've smashed out 400 people now. Just give it 5 more minutes, yeah?
Well, I'm going to start, so it gives a bit of people when they're coming in, they could listen to what's happening. Just mute yourself so the echo doesn't come through. Okay, so, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me. My name is Aurangzeb Latif. My nickname is Rangi, and I'm born and bred in the United Kingdom, or England, in the northeast of England, particularly in Stockton-on-Tees. I went to school in the 70s, at Bousfield Primary School, and the secondary school was Ian Ramsey School in Fairfield. However, I'm born and bred from there. But today here, it's very, very simple what we're doing, what we are talking about, but I'm going to break it down for all the new people that might be joining in. It's about the topic directly above my head and more. So on the left hand side, what we're breaking silence on, or what we talk about, this is the Breaking Silence Project. What happens when you break silence against these crimes? And the crimes we're talking about is sexual exploitation, abuse at home, emotional abuse, bullying, neglect, online abuse, self-abuse, and a whole load more. You or a child or a victim of any of these heinous crimes could call 999, 101, Childline, NSPCC, Kafka schools, MPs, mayors, and more, but no aid is going to be coming in. Now, one of the reasons we know why no aid is coming in is because one of the predator organizations, which is, and the one on the right-hand side, we're talking about breaking silence on the broken system, phase 1, which we're simply asking the questions at the beginning. In general, is are social services liars, criminals, and storytellers? Who do they lie to? What do they lie about? Do social services neglect our children? Do social services mistreat our children? Are social services doing the crime and our children are doing the time? Are victims being victimized? Do social services control our judges and police with lies and stories? And are there any good social workers out there? Now, the only one that's got an answer on there is, are there any good social workers out there? Absolutely. We will be touching on that definitely today. However, I want to move towards the middle here. We're also exposing the pedophile rings, the corruption with the authorities, and grooming gangs. These three aren't three different topics. This is only one topic. Please do not get confused about this. By the time we finish this, join us tonight, you will learn exactly what we're talking about. Now, one of the reasons we put this in the middle here, one thing we now do know is when crimes or heinous crimes do take place and victims break silence. So on the left-hand side, when you break silence about child sexual abuse, what happens? You'll have an organization called Social Services. They will cover that information up. As a result of them covering that information up, and then victims are then victimized by that local authorities or the social services. What leaves the rest of the nation at risk? How it leaves us all at risk is because of the middle here. The pedophiles are roaming free amongst you, and you don't even know who they are. Okay, and the grooming gangs. This is a major problem in the United Kingdom, and there is links between obviously the pedophile rings, the grooming gangs, and the corruption within the authorities. They're either linked with the local councillors, the MPs, the mayors, or more. So this is the topic, Wake Up Public. If I want to make it clear, it's only due to safeguarding and child protection. I'm limited in what I can say or show on public media. If you want to learn more and you don't want to join us on public media, it's not a problem. You could also ask for the information and evidence from www.lcs.news. Now, on the left-hand side here, would you like to know more? And at the bottom, very, very simple, we're appealing for help and support all the time. Now, what is the help and support for? Well, that's not for myself. That's for the children. That's for the victims. Victims of child sexual abuse are everywhere in this country, or shall I say everywhere in England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and there's no aid coming to them. And over the last 28 months, we've also learned and caught there are groups out there in the members of the public claiming themselves that they're pedophile hunters, yet they're actually hunting victims of child sexual abuse. And then they're victimizing them again and again and again, intimidating them, threatening them, blackmailing them, trying to even let the victims know to stay silent. And if they don't, they will be pew, pew, as some people say. This is the state of affairs in United Kingdom today. Now, we need to be vigilant. We need to wake up about these issues and problems. There's also victims of social services scandal where social services manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes against the vulnerable parents. So they provide the false information to the judges and other professionals to steal our children, our babies. And once you start going down that route and you start stealing children and start passing the children on organization to organization, or you might say foster care to a foster care or an into adoption, this is what's known as child trafficking. It is going to be hard for some people to stomach. I imagine everybody to wake up to this. I could explain every single topic that I'm talking about, and I will not be remaining silent. I've had enough people trying to intimidate me, threaten me, blackmail me, and so on. If you're one of those people, you're probably on the wrong live. You need to just ship yourself over to another live We don't do that kind of. This is not one of those lives where we just have a little chat and discuss nonsense. Everything we're talking about here is the real lifetime issues and problems. And I am going to be leaving at that whole topic, but I am going to touch on a topic that people need to learn how deep this actually goes. And the reality is, in education department, in your school education, is now where we know and we have the evidence where they are grooming our children. Okay, and when I'm talking about grooming our children, they're going to our children at the early ages of 4-year-old, teaching our babies about anal sex, about masturbation. And you know, they've also in their curriculum, they're trying to push forward that all of our children are sexually active from birth. Now you need to wake up, because this is a pedophile thought process. So something very, very simple. As grown-ups, we all are not silly. If we actually, as grown-ups, were in a workplace and we had sexual conversations with another person, that would be known as sexual harassment. Yet these people are going to our babies and talking about filth like this. And what's more disturbing is when they're now trying to tell our children at the early ages of 4-year-old plus that they could keep secrets away from the parents. In other words, they'll look at them and they'll say, it's our secret, a pedophile secret. This is a big, big problem. And I hope people wake up to my statement, to what I've said. The school education is run by a bunch of pedophiles. We've already established this, where the information is coming from and who's actually brought it to our children. However, it's our responsibility to protect our children and stand up regardless of the cost. Because staying quiet is only going to put us at risk. Staying quiet is only going to have our children be victimized by these corporate companies under the flag of safeguarding children's child protection, and they are going to go through these issues. And we don't want this. We need to make sure we protect everybody as much as we can. That's the main thing that we need to look at. So let me explain to you something. If you just say, love, just put yourself on mute for a second. So I'm going to give you the rules of the live that we have here. And very, very simple. I want everybody to be respectful. I don't want anybody to be criticizing, condemning, complaining anybody in the comments. Anybody who comes into the boxes, I don't want no arguments, because there is no reason for arguments. However, if you feel that you come or you're one of the, maybe the TikTokers that like to go in little groups and just waffle on, I'm going to have to say you've just come on the wrong live. Please just flick forward and go on to another live. I'm not looking for no followers. I'm not looking for no likes. I'm not looking for anything. This is a public announcement, this is a matter of public interest. And every member of the public is at risk today. Every child, regardless of what color you are, what creed you are, what religion you are, what background you are, or even what sex you might claim yourself. I don't care. You could call yourself a Christmas tree. But if you're a good person, all our homes and families are at risk today. They're in jeopardy today. And if you're a predator, the same rule applies. If you get caught, we find out, we will be exposing you. We're going to bring you down to the gutters where you belong. Nobody has exemption notices, whether regardless of your color, creed, religion, or title. We don't care if you're a social worker or a police officer or a councillor, an MP, a mayor. None of that BS works on this live or what we're doing. So this is something very, very straightforward. This is the rules of the lives. Apart from that, anybody could get involved and ask questions, including professionals. I want the same courtesy to be given to if a social worker decides to join us, or a police officer decides to join us, or the best of them decide to join us. We're more than happy with that. I'm making myself available for any questions, answers for anybody. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to get started, actually. I'll just take a gulp. Bismillah. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start with Love, because I think that's somebody new. I'll come to the team members in a minute. Love, can you just unmute yourself? I'm not sure if it...
Hi, hi. Oh, sorry, I was going to say hi, Love. Then hi. What do I? Sorry, what do I name you by?
my full name is Aurangzeb Latif, but it's a hell of a mouthful. Call me Rangi. That's what my friends and family call me.
Okay, hi Rangi, how you doing?
Sister, love, thank you very much for joining us. Did you have a question or a comment, my sister?
Yeah, I did. Sorry, look, I'm gonna explain it to you. I don't want you to get angry or upset with me now. I haven't been out the house much, so I'm just trying to understand myself how the world works. I'm a bit different, like neurodivergent, if you call it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't like to say the actual word, but you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
so I don't understand the whole word of like I don't know how it works. Let me explain it to you now. So what I'm trying to understand is this year. So immigrants that do come to this country, right? So they don't know the law, right? So they come here to make a life out for themselves, trying to earn money for their family back home, trying to get a place here.
No,
They
no,
don't
I
know
need to stop you, Don. I need to stop you. No,
No,
the trains.
cheeky. Let her finish. Let her
one at a
just
time,
complete
please, yeah, so we can
No,
all have a chance. So,
no,
so
please.
yeah, so like they don't know the rules over here, how it works. Over there, like whether it's Pakistan or India, they might get married to 15-year-olds and stuff. Like, when the girl becomes a lady, right? So they don't know the rules. Now, I don't know how it works here. I don't know how it works in the hotels where they stay at. So, I mean, first of all, I think they should be given a chance, like, to speak to them, like, as in, this is the rules, over 18 and stuff like that. Yeah, that's number one, because they're gonna send
If
them
we
back
could just
home.
look, my sister, just please stay there. We'll do one at a time. It's not a problem. So, firstly, when we're talking about asylum seekers or
Yeah,
immigrants or things like that,
yeah.
I don't know. I personally don't know anywhere that they go and get married a 15-year-old.
No,
Okay,
no,
me
no. I'm not
personally.
trying to say that. I'm
Just,
trying to say
I'm
back
fine.
home.
I'm trying to help you. You just be patient with
Okay.
me. So, and you mentioned that when people coming over, that they need to be taught the law of the land here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the law of the land here, they're teaching our 4-year-old babies about anal sex. They're teaching our children, our 4-year-old babies, about masturbation, about keeping secrets away from parents. So go figure that one, eh? Did you know this?
I don't know about that because I don't have kids of my own, to be honest with you.
Okay, so let's balance this now. So that's the state of affairs of England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, where we've got kiddie fiddler ideology going on, teaching our children, and also telling us that our children are sexually active from birth. So are we going to be concerned about people coming over, that 15, 16? However, I want to make a very bold statement with what we're doing here. We don't care about anybody, what color, creed, religion, title. Whether it's an immigrant or somebody here, if they rape a child, anything, for me, less than 18 really, but let's say 16, anybody, these are heinous crimes and we're against them, full stop. Okay, but we have a problem in this country, and what I don't want to do is try to shift this, like some of the propagandas, into the immigrants. Okay, we have a big problem in the country by our own people, including your local mayors, your local councillors, your local MPs who are raping children. And this,
Really?
oh well, welcome. You're on the right live. I will be giving you a list of these names today to help you to wake up. Please don't fall for the propaganda. So I'm going to give you another stats, very, very simple. The immigrants, for example, that are coming over now, everybody, Gwen, a lot of us, we all agree, any of these heinous crimes we're against. Okay.
Yeah.
Yet, let's say there's 3 cases of the immigrants that have happened, and everybody is out there jollying away saying immigrants. Look, I totally respect the idea of everybody that does these heinous crimes is wrong and full stop. They need to be dealt with. But at the same time, in England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, at home, by home people, over 10,000 rapes take place a year and nobody wants to talk about it. That's hypocrisy. That's nonsense. That tells me who's part of the pedophiles. the ones that stay silent, that want to only talk about the immigrants across the border. And like I've just told you, they're teaching our children right now at the early ages of 4-year-old about anal sex. Are we worried about somebody across the ocean where you're saying 15-year-old? Or are we going to be worried about our babies who are infants that are being raped and abused?
Oh, okay. No, sorry, you were talking about all them lot. Sorry, I was on about the pedophiles, all, like the citizens and stuff and the people that have come over. Sorry, I was just on a different.
No, in different levels. Let's not. I'm gonna full respect here. We're talking about the same thing. I'm talking about pedophiles. Unless somebody's saying that just because you got a title and you're working in an office and you work for a corporate company that you go and teach our babies and groom our children in this kind of nonsense, which is pedophilia, that is different. It's not.
So can I just
So
ask
we're
you,
not.
is this, you know what you just said about teaching the children this? Is this
Yes.
happening in every school, including the Asians as well? Such as in Yorkshire?
Mashallah. And you know what, my sister? Hang fire. I've got my sister above you. Gwen,
Yeah.
if you just unmute yourself. So, you know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Gwen, because it's another one of our sisters, Asian, English. We're all the same. We're a family here. Gwen, do you want to answer that question? Is it taking place in every school in the country?
Every school that have signed up to the rollout of the RSE, RHSE, so if you've got that in your school curriculum, your government is most definitely signed up to expose your child but it's from birth. It's not from force, it's from birth.
What is it called? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. I'll do one better. If you go to a website called www. Have you got a pen, or should I put in the comments?
In the comments, it'll be better for all of you.
So it's childprotectionwales.org. You go to resources. There's only one document you really need to see, right? And it's a 68-page document. It's the WHO document that's on there. And on page 40 of that document, now this is what the World Health Organization thinks that children from birth to 4 years of age should have fed into their minds. And the words are enjoyment and pleasure when touching one's own body, early childhood masturbation, right? Sorry, my son have just come in, rang. I gotta go 2 secs.
That's fine.
God.
Yeah,
Yes.
but she speaks the truth. She's got the proof. She's got the paperwork. She's got the documentation. It is out there, unfortunately. Anyway, deep breaths. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, guys. Don't put the scare factor. Yeah, we've got you.
Nobody needs to be scared, but for love, because of the topic that you brought in, what we're doing here now is making you aware of the reality at home. Okay, people have fallen for the propaganda internationally all the time, yet our own authorities are committing these heinous crimes, including stealing
what's
children
gonna
for a
happen about
living.
that? Are you all gonna start a protest or a petition or something? Because you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. There was somewhere in London I heard about 4 kids, about what they're 13 or 12 or something, 14. They grabbed a girl and they did nasty things to her. Now, when kids are being taught stuff like this, they're gonna go out of control. They mean like Tasmanian devils out of control. Do you get, ma'am?
Yeah, please, children.
Yeah, Cheeky, it says answer something now because you wanted to say something. But if you unmute yourself, I want you to say something. But I'll come to you. That's if you want to say something. But love, I just want you to understand this is the very point that we were saying there about the school education. If you're teaching them that kind of filth at the early ages, you're grooming them on the wrong path, aren't you? Okay. Now, this is our own government, okay, which is also on the Epstein files as well. I'll remind you that as well. Okay. So, we have big issues, major issues. It's just a lot of people, I don't know why they're not talking about it.
Is there a petition going to be signed or something like that?
Well, what I'm doing here, so look, what we're doing here is firstly, anybody who understands, who wakes up, we're starting to come together, because one of the biggest thing that has been happening is the propaganda, is where they've been dividing and conquering us. Okay, we the public need to start uniting. This is not about color, creed, religion, or title. Okay, this is about everybody coming together, because every single one of our babies is at risk today. Everybody's community is at risk today. And look, we need to expose as much as we can. There is people fighting back politically. However, these people are tyrants. We do not live in a democracy. We live in a dictatorship. England is not even run by English people anymore. We are run by the Zionist regime. Like social services is not an English corporate company or English government owned. It's a private corporate company owned by foreign internationals. The police is also being sold. It's a private corporate company owned by foreign internationals. Your school education, your academies are private corporate companies owned by foreign internationals. Your NHS, foreign internationals. Your doctors, foreign. Your bar association, where you're talking about your solicitors and the barristers, private corporate companies owned by foreign internationals. Overall, same paymaster. Few people are in the control of indoctrinating the whole nation, while we're losing tens of thousands of children every year that are never to be seen again. This is the problem. Now, I don't know what happened, love, there. Maybe the topic was too much, but hopefully if you're still there, you wanted to ask something, feel free, but you're definitely on the right panel to ask the question. Gwen, sis, please go ahead.
Sorry about that, Rangi. I haven't got
Not okay.
headphones tonight. It's, you know, I don't interview nothing like that. But yeah, so that document states that, and it goes so the research for sex ed goes back way before Kinsey, which was he was known as an American 50s horrific PDF. And when you look at his table 34, and the youngest child recorded was 5 months old, the oldest was 14, I believe, 14 years old. They was all boys. Now, if I'm explaining this because you'll understand then where the past 2010 law children's rights come in. So what they done was they got a stopwatch, Alfred Kinsey and a guy called Mr. Green, which was another PDF. And they timed how many times each child could climax within an hour. So that's what Table 34 is about, basically. And then come in 2010 passed law in the UK where children have what's called sexual and reproductive rights from birth, which is based on this table. The raw data is based on this table. So it basically means children are consensual from birth. So when you hear these stories from schools today saying that children can identify as what they want to in a classroom, this is very correct, and that's what it's based on, the raw data. So yeah, that's the grim bit about it. They are actually sexualizing children in a classroom today in the UK and any other country that have got RSE in their curriculum.
I'm just going to answer. There was a comment that went up about a minute ago. Somebody saying about all religions. I want to make it clear. I live in United Kingdom. I mix with every community. I don't know any religion that allows this kind of filth. Okay, and I'm not going to tolerate anybody targeting any religion at all on this platform. This is not about religions, cultures, backgrounds, your titles, what color you are. This is about our children. We all have morals. We're grown-ups.
But
okay?
this RSE, sorry, Rangi, this RSE goes against any belief in the world because it's got a mandated element. It's compulsory, so you're gonna opt out for the child up to that lesson. So it goes against everything that goes on in that family home.
God.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think Frances wants to get a word in.
Hi.
Frances, my sister, how are you today?
Hi, good evening, everybody. Hi, how are you, Ranji?
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Feel free, go on.
I know you're doing a great job. I mean, and I really, it's really to support your life. I mean, because is can I say is a source of encouragement for really many people, and also clarity on many unclear information for many people. You know, and of course, it has really let me understand that this corporation, how you call it, is their own organization, is only their own business, is only their own rules. It's not really what it's all about. And the only things that I want to say is that unfortunately, except also the criminal things that they do, there is also a big part of the the guiltiness is also about the British public and many people, because everybody opened their mouth without thinking what they're saying, or they overrule themselves, or they think that they are really capable to know and understand everything. They speak more than they are supposed to speak. They act more than they are supposed to do. And it creates really a lot of confusion and disorder, because I think there is a limit where a parent, a member of the public, and a solicitor, or any social worker, doctor, no matter who, has the authority to speak, and from that point onwards they have no authority at all. It seems like that everybody carry on like a monologue to do what they want, and it has created a big salad with no dressing everywhere, and a lot of misleaded information goes around, and they don't really understand what it's all about. I have really now, at my stage, I'm having many solicitors now involved, because just try to cover the gaps, and then resolve the problem and the trouble that they have done, because they know me very well, that you are behind me, I am behind you. They have no chance to breathe. And I put really many solicitors where a lot of legal documentation and evidences are coming out, and I think it's the best way, because even if I'm writing long kilometers, of stories, but I think a solicitor or someone can translate this into law, and where of course this can make some sense to the justice. As well, in a sense, what you do really for tackling this social problem and these criminal things, I want to be honest, you should really engage with all the information that come here around. A really police officer, or a really body of the police connected to this discussion, and to help them really to fight crime and children, trafficking and all these things, because I think it's not the words or the reactions, they do not really make or resolve really the situation, as of course we are aware that children are at risk. And I think when it comes to many children on many things, speaking, I don't think is only necessary, but I think it will be really efficient to really engage, invite, involve, organizations, professionals really that are really there to fight, the criminal socials, the criminal system, and of course, just to fight the justice and all these criminal things, that offenses that they do. And I'm sure that many people are something that can make an impact anyway. So I have no words to describe this disgrace, and how these people, they live with this type of crazy brains, I don't know. But I find it's really, it's not only in the UK.
Let me jump in for a second, only because there's a lot of red letter hearings there. I want to tackle because people are listening. The divide has been happening. I mentioned that this is part of the propaganda against the public to make us think that we are the problem between us. So it's they want us to keep fighting amongst each other while they're doing what they're doing. Okay, this is a proven fact. Obviously, I'm going to go into depth today. I'm not going to hold it back. We know who these people are who have been doing these things. We know it's the Zionists. We know, and actually, if anybody wants to learn about this, it's very easy. Just ask for the evidence. We'll supply it.
Rangi.
So I want to bring religion into it as well, which is part of the propaganda.
Nothing to do with religion.
Sister, 1 second, please. So I am going to bring religion into it to help people to understand how the religions are targeted. So from the Zionist regime, the cult of a regime that they are, in the mid-1800s, where it was more or less the beginning of the Zionist movement. It was a letter from Albert Pike, where he's put forward that they're going to arrange for 3 world wars. And by the time to pull off the 3rd World War, they have to have 2 particular religions to fight with each other, which is the religion of Islam and the religion of Jesus, peace be upon him. Okay, whether you call it Christianity, Catholic, Protestant, but same thing. So they want us to argue with each other while they get away with doing what they do. So this is actually in documents, by the way.
Can I just,
So let me,
sorry, Rangi, can I just, so I've tried to type the name of this document, the WHO document in the comments, but it's too long. So it's called WHO, obviously World Health Organization, and then it's Regional Office for Europe and capital B, capital Z, small g, capital A. Standards for Sexual Education in Europe. Now it's important that you get them the lowercase and uppercase correct, because there's several documents, but this is the one that you need.
okay, thank you very much there, my sister. So I'm just going back into now for me, everything I'm doing is about unity, bringing people together. So for this, hear up, listen up very carefully, all you, either you're in Islam, you're a Muslim, or you're a Christian. This is the reality. Now, I know there's another religion about Jews, but they have been hijacked, and that is the reality. So let me explain to you how bad it is, particularly for the Christians who have fell for the propaganda. So this is now in their own book, not in the Torah that we all believe in. Torah is the revelation God Almighty gave Moses, peace be upon him. The Zabur, the revelation God Almighty gave King David, Dawud al-Islam. The Injil, the revelation that he gave Jesus Christ, and the Holy Quran. However, the book I'm talking about is the Talmud. So this is for everybody now. Listen up carefully. This is in the Talmud, in the book of Gittins 57a. This is what they think of our mighty messenger of God Almighty, Jesus, Yeshua. It says in this chapter, in this verse, like I said, Gittins 57a, Jesus is in hell being boiled in a pot of feces, meaning in a pot of shit. You have another verse that is in the book of Sabbath 116a. Jews must destroy the book of the Christians. And I'll just read one simple final one, and I've got loads of this. The book of Yalkut 245c, exterminations of the Christians is a necessary sacrifice. So what I've got to say on that note is not on my watch. Why? Because in the religion of Islam, the people who follow Jesus, peace be upon him, are supposed to be my family, supposed to be our community. Why the similarities? I'll explain. I can't, or neither any Muslim can be a Muslim if we do not believe in Jesus, peace be upon him, in his miraculous birth, in the miracles that he did by God Almighty's permission, and his second coming, and a whole load more. Okay, I could maybe do a whole lecture on this. So we're waiting for the return of Jesus also. So how are we the enemy? This is part of the propaganda by the Zionist regime. Now this goes into me now explaining to the other woman that came on about asylum seekers. This is where they're all getting exposed, and this is where I want all of our communities to wake up. When you go and see these propaganda marches, which is usually run by traitors like Tommy Robinson, when you get there, you have three flags. You have the British colonist flag, which is the red, white, and blue. You have the white flag with the red cross in it, which is England flag, love. And then you have a third flag. What is the third flag? The third flag is the Zionist flag. It's from a place called Is It Real, that we say, where they have been for the last 80 years committing genocide. On who? All the Christians, all the Muslims, and we are arguing with each other. They've got us divided. Wake up, brothers and sisters. And that doesn't mean all the Jews are wrong. No. The people who genuinely and sincerely are the good ones, which is the ones that believe in the Torah, love and respect to them, they're fully on our side. I want to also diffuse one thing for anybody that might be listening in, because I know there's a lot of propaganda out there. I have traveled the country. I have met millions of people. And I could reassure you, in every community, including our white Caucasian brothers and sisters, community of ours, whether they're Wales, Ireland, Scotland, or England, they think exactly like me. We're all standing for the very same thing. Okay, we're not against each other at all. This is what they want us to think and believe. Because how does the devil work? He shows you his distraction up here while he's robbing and raping on the other hand. This is the
Can I say
problem.
something, yes, Ranji, please? Thank you very much for your observation. I mean, first of all, I would like just to say, because of from the experience I have from my case, you know, and as also as a person living in the UK, as you and many others, it has nothing to do for me with religion, and it has nothing to do with, can I say, cultural background and everything like this. This is just a very disgusting strategy that they use to put people against each other and to put division in the community. You understand, from that the people that, you know, that there is no order, because this is helping them for covering their crimes, you know, and everything. This is, I mean, and they always try to find the excuse of, you know, of just playing with the mind of the people, with the judges in court, with the police, with professional, with the public, you know, and just trying always to put the people against each other. They're just like that everybody's fighting, you know, that there is chaos, not understanding, not clear understanding of everything, which is, of course, is not the law, because the law, you must see, and you have the right to understand clearly why they have taken your child, why they have done this, because the law is clear, you know. So when they put all this crazy mental game, you know, it's not because the British population is crazy or they hate each other or religion or culture. It's because when we speak in a content like this of these local authorities and criminals working there, that they are just genius. They are talented to play with the mind of the people, create division, and let fight everybody, you know. And this is the reason why they do the same game when they go to court, when they go to any other environment, you know, when just only about to cover their crimes. And this is the reason why they bring up this type of discussions, you know, which are an absolutely shame, you know. And the people, of course, they, you know, they will just, of course, just try to think, try to do this and that, and at the end of the day, it's not really how it is, because UK is is the first, I want to be honest, the first inclusive country worldwide. Even not the United States are inclusive like the UK, you know. And the level of understanding of living together in a multicultural society, UK is one of the top country worldwide, where there is a great system and a great organization in everything. So all this chaotic and confusion and all this nonsense is brought by the criminals themselves, you know. They deserve really to go to prison.
I agree, but, you know, I think it'd be very important, because I'm seeing some of these messages. They're talking about abroad again. Now, look, I mean, people talk about the ones that are shouting their mouth out. I'm going to be blatant. All these out there, this is a Christian country. We want our country back. Look around you. Your own country, our own country, is teaching our children from the early ages of 4-year-old babies about anal sex and masturbation. Oh, it's a Christian country. For the love of God, if you really are Christians, you should be standing with me. You should be standing firm with our sisters, our daughters, our mothers, and protecting them from the people, the same people who are exploiting you. But again and again, these people, you know, oh, it's from over there. You know, let me tell you who these people are. These people are either part of pedophile rings, part of grooming gangs, or part of the Zionist cult of a regime. Okay? Now, if you're English, like me, regardless of what color you are, we need to all come together. And yet, I'm telling you, because I've traveled the country, it doesn't matter. Every community is coming together. Everybody understands the simple thing about children. Pedophilia, it is wrong in every level. But these people don't want to talk about it to deal with the people at top who are exploiting our children. No, no, no. We want to look over there. They want to play that devil game. So if them people are there, you need to start shaping yourself up, because it's your own sons and daughters that are in the firing line today. And we are fighting for your sons and daughters as well. So have a good think about it. In virtually every town and city I've been to, there are sisters, daughters, mothers, wives, grandmothers suffering every day of the week. And we're talking about, oh, what about over there? Who cares? I don't care about anywhere else. Why? Because my own nation is burning. England is burning. Wales is burning. Scotland, Ireland is burning. What is it burning of? Our children being exploited, raped, robbed, bullied, intimidated, threatened again and again and again. But no, we want to talk about somewhere else. That kind of nonsense is not going to be allowed on here. You understand? I hope people understand. Now, I know it's happening everywhere, but we can't come together here. How are we supposed to help somewhere else? I know personally it's happening in America, Canada, Sweden, Denmark, France, Germany, Austria, Australia. Why? I mean, just look, it was October last year. I actually went to Europe for 7 days. And in 7 days, I covered 14 countries. Every country I went to, same problem. And they also our community. Remember that. This is not about where you are. This is a fight in the humanity in one race. And the war is against good, against evil. So don't think, oh no, we just got to help certain people or certain cults. No, we got to help everybody who is actually coming together. Sorry, Gwen, you unmuted yourself there for a second. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, only just to go back to what Francis was saying about inclusion in the UK. So when the RSE was rolled out, so Wales in 2020, April 2020, Wales was the 53rd and final country for it to be rolled out in, right? And as soon as it was rolled out, everything, all the grim stuff come under it all at the umbrella. And the one thing that have come under it is the LGBTQ plus AI, or no, LGBTQAI, or whatever it is, right? So anyway, the plus actually represents a map, which is a minor attracted person. But also, when you research what they're all about, the white man is not inclusive. It's not included in that umbrella. So So when they say no, it's an inclusive community, it's not.
Look, I mean, this is going back to the Talmud again. I mean, I could read out some verses that will really shock you to the core. Because in a simple nutshell, we are all what's known as Goyim. Okay? And Goyim, they don't care who we are. They have no respect whatsoever, whether you're white, whether you're African, whether you're Asian, whatever religion. We are beneath them and they think we're their slaves. And we right now in England, from a democracy, we've gone into a dictatorship literally over a few decades, blindfolded. And all of our children are paying the price for it today. And if we do not come together, we'll never be able to stop pedophilia. We'll never be able to stop grooming. Why? Because the corruption is actually also part of the pedophile and also part of the grooming. I'm going to get the new person in at the bottom. Just give me 1 second. Robert, can you just unmute yourself, please? Robert, you joined us in the box. Can you unmute yourself, please, if you want to ask a... Oh, okay, that's not a problem. So I need people to understand what is happening and learn where the fight is and what you're fighting for. What I'm fighting for, and I'm hoping, I mean, obviously with everybody else here, we're fighting for our children. What do you mean fighting for our children? Our children, number one, we have an organization, social services, who are manufacturing documents, manufacturing concerns, manufacturing crimes, stealing our children, providing false information to the judges to make these decisions. So they're stealing our children. Why are they stealing our children? They're profiteering. They're making money. And then when they get our children, it's just a cattle for them. What they do is they put them in centers. 80% of all children going into the care system go through sexual assaults. And this is called safeguarding. This is called child protection. And because they've been doing this for a while, now they're going for our infants. They're going for our 4-year-old babies, teaching about anal sex, teaching about masturbation, and also grooming our children and telling them that it's our secret. You don't need to tell your parents. No, this is not going to be going on any longer. We need to stand up and we need to stand fast. We need to stand strong. And I want to just put one particular thing to everybody while people are in. Through my journey to what I've been looked at and what I've witnessed with my own eyes, in this war on children, there are more people's daughters, sisters, mothers, wives, grandmothers are fighting this war than men. What on earth has happened to the men? It shocks me to the core. I want to remind every father, every brother, every male that's listening in. It's our responsibility to protect the vulnerable and the weak. We used to be the nation where we used to have women and children behind while we put the defense on to protect them. And today, we have women and children in front of us being abused, and we're just standing and watching. And who are they being abused by? Who are the biggest perpetrators? When you go into social services, it is women who are part of the feminist movement that think they could do what they want, when they want, with our daughters, our sisters, our mothers, our grandmothers. I don't think so. There's no exemption notices. So now we know what's going on. I will be exposing every single one of them. And within the next 7 days, I am putting something together. I am going to be exposing one department at a time. There's a department right now where victims of child sexual abuse broke silence. Social services went and covered it up. The pedophiles are roaming free amongst you in the public. And right now, they're trying to jail the victim of breaking silence, because they not only cover the information up, one of the ways they got that victim to stay silent, they started to steal their children. So they were entrapped for a lot of years. And now it's out. And now we're fighting back. We're not bothered who these people are. Nobody tells us what to do. If they don't know how to arrange a piss up in a brewery, is that my fault? If you look at the Ofsted reports up and down the country, what does it tell you? That they're unfit for purpose and inadequate on all areas. In the field of what? Safeguarding children and child protection. And public is allowing this filth to take place? And I will probably get somebody coming in and saying, oh, well, there's some genuine cases out there. Hey, let's talk about the genuine cases, shall we? We talk about Baby P then first. Let's start there. Did the social workers knew about it? Yes. Did they do anything about it? No. Did we lose that child? That beautiful soul? Yes, we did. Look at the latest one, Sarah Sharif. Did they know about it? Yes. Did they do anything about it? No. Did we lose that baby? That beautiful soul? Yes, we did. And in between all them, you got another 450. How about that one? And you're calling this safeguarding child protection. Let's look at a little bit in the grooming gangs and everything on this side as well. People know about the Rochdale scandal. Did the social workers knew about it? Yes, they did. Did they do anything about it? No. Look the other way. And when it all came out, what did they say about these girls who were gone through these heinous crimes? Oh, they're just little slags. Is this how they talk about our daughters? And we just stay silent just because they got a title? I don't think so. People need to start getting a bit of a backbone and do something about it. And don't stay silent. And look, and if anybody is coming forward, and if you want any information, you want any evidence of what I'm talking about, I'm making it available. So I know the sister mentioned about the police. I've gone to everybody. Unfortunately, with me, with what I'm bringing to the table and the evidence that I'm providing, every single person over the last 6 years that I've shared the information to is either being sacked, removed, or sent on the sick. Everybody's getting threatened out there because it's a regime. They're all caught with their pants down and they don't know what to do. And as a result of that, yes, I have been getting death threats, but not that it's going to stop me, because at the end of the day, I've got to answer to the big man up there one day. We're not going to live forever. And when my time comes in front of the Almighty, I'm going to be proud to be stood there and saying, I heard about it, I knew about it, and I never stayed silent. So this should be a message going to every single person out there. And a lot of people don't like the way I talk. What's wrong with the way I'm talking? Truth hurts, doesn't it? It's really painful, isn't it? And you know what I mean? And everybody should be supporting what we're doing. Yet the truth hurts, and the people that are actually staying silent, I'm going to say this, the ones that are staying silent after acknowledging it, when you don't ask for the information and evidence to wake yourself up, you are actually held accountable just like the predators that are actually doing these heinous crimes. It's your responsibility. We, the public, are our children's last line of defense, whether you like it or not. The police is failing. I'd love for the police to wake up. But we have a problem within the police, and the problem is what's known as Freemasonry. They're in positions of power, controlling the issue and problem within the police, and they've got high-ranking positions. We know this, they know we know this, but they're also going to get exposed as well. Because at the end of the day, us staying silent means our children being abused. How many children are we going to wait? How many children are we going to lose? And just to remind you, to give you the integrity of what England used to be like, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, once upon a time, we used to just hear about a child being mistreated or abused across the oceans on another continent. And we used to all stand together and give that child, that victim, a voice that they needed. Yet today, in Wales, in Ireland, in Scotland, in England, this is happening in every town and city. And we can't speak up for our own. What has happened to us? And what are you scared of? How come, look, what are you scared of? Are you scared of pedophiles? Are you scared of grooming gangs and the corruption? No way. We should never be scared of these kiddie fiddlers. They need to be held accountable, not slapped on the wrist or go ahead and crack on with it. Look at the social services. You know, a pedophile, somebody who has got on the record of a paedophile has more rights on a child than a mother who's clean, who has got no issues, a good, loving, caring mother. How do you go figure that? And this is what you call safeguarding? This is what you call child protection? And yet the mother will get what? Supervised contact, and the child be given to the pedophile. What on earth is going wrong with my nation? My brothers and sisters, please wake up. And if you want to ask any questions, feel free. Jump into the boxes, ask the questions. I've got no issues. There are problems that are happening throughout the whole country. Let's see, because we have somebody in, what's her name? Nanbread. Nanbread, can you just unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Nanbread, firstly, thank you very much for joining us. Did you have a question or a comment on the topic that we're talking about today, young man?
Well, I don't agree with this either, and I think something should be done about it, so I agree 100%.
No, well, you're on the right place then anyway, because this is what we're all fighting for, because at the end of the day, all of our children are at risk. We can't, what the problem is that I'm finding, they've made a system where they could abuse our children, our sons, our daughters, our mothers, our wives, right? And we've got to go through a complaint procedure. You see, this is the horrible, shocking fact. So when we've got evidence on them, we've got to go through a complaint procedure, and we don't have to do anything wrong. They just manufacture documents, manufacture the same thing what internationally they've been doing. Yeah, no, just kick them off. So this is the same thing what they've been doing internationally. Absolutely the same thing. What did we do when Iraq came about? We made up the bullshit. And then we murdered millions of men, women, and children. And we call ourselves democracy. And please remember, I mean, one of the things you've got to understand is everybody who's in charge, majority of them are on the Epstein file, including your Nigel Farage. Okay, Tommy Robinson also. Thank you very much, sister. But sister, anybody, if you instead of giving me any gifts, please remember me in your prayers. Your prayers is what keeps me going. Love and respect to everybody. So this is a big problem, but we're not acknowledging it because we're staying silent, and they continue to do whatever they're doing. And you know, I mentioned this yesterday, and virtually every time I'm on, the first time I come across this pedophilia in the parliament was in 2011 in November, where they were trying to pass a bill to legalize sex at the age of 13-year-old. This is in your parliament, and you're too busy still pointing the fingers. Anybody that's pointing the fingers somewhere else, there's a sickness inside you, actually. You got your own parliament doing the very same thing, but you don't want to talk about it. Your own nephews, your sisters, your mothers, they're all being abused, but you stay silent, but you want to point the finger somewhere else. How shameful of the society where it's come. And majority of these just remember where they are and who they are. Oh, I was saying about the flags earlier on. I mentioned to you about is it real flag? You see, this is England, so you know when we're speaking up on that side of it and we're saying that we need to fight for England, I understand about the British colonist flag, even though I don't really like the flag. I love the England flag because this is England, not Britain. You know what I mean? But what is that other flag for? That other flag is what's hijacked this country today, which is part of the Zionist movement, and they're coming for every single one of our children. So don't kid yourselves. Don't go past go. Don't collect 200. Stop playing Monopoly. Wake up, public. Look, wake up, public, again and again and again. And with the school education, the more I'm learning about it, the more it's disturbing. And especially the kind of people who have actually brought this information in, where they're getting it from, who are the ones that are written all this. More or less is self-proclaimed pedophiles or are pedophiles. And we're taking education of pedophiles. What's happened to the democracy? Once upon a time we did have. So please, brothers and sisters, wake up. It's our responsibility to stand up and do what's right for our nation. This is not about color. This is not about creed or religion or title. I mean, for God's sake, I mean, I'm an English born-bred man, yet I have a tan. But yet I'm not labeled as an Englishman in documentations. I'm actually known as an Asian, British, Pakistani man that happens to be a Muslim. And I'm proud of all of them, by the way. I'm proud of my Asian roots. I'm proud of my Pakistani heritage. I'm proud to be an Englishman, and I'm proud to be in the religion of Islam. And I stand here and I don't care of anybody. I don't care about what background, what color, what creed, what religion, what title. I stand up. Why? Because our children matter. Put all your little differences. They don't mean nothing. And you're going to find people that just talk a lot of nonsense, like whoever that was that came in, thought he was sensible. But can you believe it? They joke and talk about nonsense, about a serious topic like that. People's daughters are being raped and they just want to have a show. Like, how sick can you get? Maybe it's the water that you're drinking. Now, England does have a problem. Your water is more or less poisonous. It is scientifically proven. It's unfit for human consumption. But you're drinking it. So who's giving you that to drink? The same authorities that you don't want to speak about. The same ones that are causing all the dividing. The ones that are allowing social services steal our children. The ones that are allowing the police to rape our children and just ignoring it again and again. That have small sentences or not at all. I'll give you how bad it is. This was in Middlesbrough a number of years, well, within the last 4 or 5 years. There was a man, a social worker, who was looking after 2 teenage girls, minors. So he got a bottle of alcohol, and wherever he was, he let them drink it, and then he had his way with them. In a simple way, oral, okay? So he got caught. He accepted it, went to court, he accepted that's what he did. And do you know what his punishment was? Naughty, naughty, naughty. You can't be a social worker, go home for 12 months. After 12 months, you could return back to work. What kind of sickness is this? What kind of law is this? What on earth is even going on with the judges? You have a problem. We have a problem. We know it's not everybody. We know there's a lot of great judges, police, social workers. So, for example, I mentioned social services. You know, there's so many great social workers that a lot of the social workers, when they do speak up and break silence, they just get sacked, removed, sent on the sick to cover up the failing and the criminal works of the previous social workers. They would rather throw our children under the bus than to take accountability and responsibility. And because they're not, it's about time we either stop reacting with them, just let them go, kick them in the teeth, get them out of your houses, don't even let them through the door. And if the police go along with it, we will have to hold the police accountable, because right now the police are also held accountable for victims of child sexual abuse being covered up by social services and pedophiles roaming free, while they're all trying to imprison victims of child sexual abuse. And they call themselves, we are professionals. They just don't want it out. They're not going to let this information go out in mainstream media. And this is why it's our responsibility to speak up Not to be scared. What we scared of? Again, pedophiles? Are you kidding me? And this is why I really got to take my hat off, even though I'm going to salute all my sisters, all the daughters, all the mothers, wives and grandmothers out there for being the worries of this nation today. And I'm praying for all the men to get off your rear, put it in gear and do something about it. If you don't know what to do, just reach out. Ask me, come on here, ask me. Want a private conversation? Come forward, ask us. You want to learn about school education? And I'm telling you, school education is the biggest grooming issue we have going on today. None of our children is safe today because of this regime. Go on, Gwen, sis.
Can I just give an example of how
Please.
these organisations do try to break the family unit down, right? So you've got, yeah, go on. So you've got the organisation Childline, right? Now, Childline was founded in 94, was it, or 84? Anyway, by Esther Ransom, right? And if you go onto their website, it's still there because I refer to it a lot and show people. But if you go onto their website, it says on there that if you're a young girl and you become pregnant, right, you haven't got to go to your parents. Even you can call us and the phone number won't show up on the phone bill, right? And then it says then a bit underneath, you've not got to tell your parents, even if your doctor advises you to. So they breaking down the family units they are, and it's the same thing with the school education. You know, they're saying that you can identify what you want to in the classroom, and there's no consultation with parents or nothing, none at all. And they also, they've also, so 6 to 9 year olds. There was a headmaster in Hull not long ago. He had to make a public apology because of the homework he'd set 6 to 9 year olds, and it was actually on pornography. 6 to 9 year olds on pornography, and it goes back before that. So 2012, Welsh Government signed up to it. My son started school 2 years later. No, the same year. So 2 years later, my son went to school because he was born in 2012. So 2 years later, he went to school, and when he joined, he was 2, and they give him a welcome pack. And in that welcome pack was a book called How Mummy Made an Egg, or How Mummy Made an Egg. And in that book, it's only a small book, but in the book, the pictures on there was of all sexual positions, all through the book. And they give it to a 2-year-old. All 2-year-olds, because I asked parents to check them, you know, who I knew that was in the school, the child was in the school. And then I found out then later on, a couple of months later, that they've also got books on bondage in nurseries in the UK. And then when I researched it a bit more then, we're actually mirroring California. Now, California had a bill, I think it was 21, it was passed, don't quote me on that. But apparently in California, if you want to be intimate with someone, it's either 8 or 10 years younger than yourself, that's okay. So if you're an 18-year-old man and you want to have intercourse with someone either 8 or 10 years younger than yourself, that's okay. So it is legalized PDF. And we've also got the same books as California as well. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody from California in the comments or anything that could kind of confirm what I'm saying. But yeah. And I tell another thing as well. In when we was in lockdown in 2020, schools were sending out devices so children could do remote learning from home. And on them devices was software, like it was like a tracking tool in it. I'm not very I don't know technology, but it was somewhere along them lines. And when they were setting this homework for the children to research on these devices, it'd flag up somewhere, and then they would be on to the parents then, because they'd say then the parents was allowing their child to view illegal content online, which then brought in the services and was the start of the rise of forced adoption in the UK. Because even though the schools and the education system was putting this software on these devices, they was blaming the parents for allowing the parents on paper. It says that the parents was allowing to view all this online, when it was actual fact the school that was telling these children to research it. I know it's
So that's
disgusting, it's true.
so
So
that's
if we are in, sorry, Rag, if we are in another lockdown again, and you're in it, so it's deprived areas they was targeting, with these devices. So if you are in a deprived area again, and your child is sent home with these devices, do not research on there what the school's telling them to research.
it's an entrapment, that side of it. I mean, social workers always do this kind of stuff. It's all manipulation. And somebody's mentioned there about words have different meanings. 100%. You see, the English way speaking here, when we're talking about, let's say, parents, we understand that to mean mum and dad. Okay, that's what we're thinking. In their language of the dictionary that they get it from, it's actually what parents mean is a pair that's renting the children, which is your property to begin with, but you're renting the children. Now, if anybody wants to know about that, it comes in the Black Law Dictionary if you haven't heard or seen it. But what you can do if you want to learn about that, if you go into the www.lcs.news, go to where it says community tab, and it'll open up some tabs and it'll say law books. Tap on it, and you have the first 9 volumes of the Black Law Dictionary absolutely free. Tap it and download it for free. We don't sell anything here. We want to make sure people got the right knowledge and information relating to that. However, volume 3 has been banned, but we still have it. They simply don't want you to learn about this stuff. Okay, so people need to start waking up about it. I want to make it clear again, if anybody wants to jump in to ask any questions whatsoever, please feel free to do so, because all of our children are in jeopardy. Pedophilia is going through the roof. Everybody's ignoring it, and the reason why they're really ignoring it right now, because they're escalating everything, because to what I understand and what I see, is to do with the Epstein files, because now everything is open, everything is out. All our parliaments are involved. High positions of power are involved. There is some information that I'm going to release. We're just making a little documentary out of it, where we're going to expose certain people in positions of power, and also where it involves children not only being raped, but also unalived. And this is disturbing. And this is not just once. Please understand, when we're talking about children, you need to understand the gravity of what we're talking about. This is why I don't like the idea when people point the fingers, oh, it's over there, it's over there, it's in this country, it's that country, it's that community. No, we have a big problem here. Look, simple examples that you all know about. Look at Jimmy Savile. Remind everybody, not one, not two, near 500 babies, 500 children, somebody's sons and daughters. Somebody was letting them in, and they were having their way with our children. 500. Now, first you ask yourself a question, where did these children come from? Well, there you go. Social services. They used to put them in these centres, and then somebody opens the back door for them. And that's here. You want an example for Ireland? I'll give you one for Ireland. And we got example for even Scotland. In Ireland, there's a place where there was, and they found nearly 800 children's corpses in a septic tank. And the place was run by a bunch of nuns. Where firstly did the children come from? There you go. And how come 800 children's corpses were there? Who investigated it? Who was held responsible? Who was held accountable for? Nobody. These people don't do anything. They cover up everything. But the world is awakening up to this, because this is not just in one location. This is just live examples I'm giving you. But this is literally has been happening in the past. It continues to happen even till today. And it's going to continue happening if we don't put a stop to it, because we are the public, we are the power. These people who claim themselves our authority, they're our servants. They better stop behaving like servants. They're getting paid to do a job, but they're not. What they're doing, they're exploiting. They're just stealing our money. So a lot of people still don't get it. I've got 2 live examples on my TikTok. You can have a look how the payment method works. So I'll just break it simply down of the payment methods. And I'm only going to talk about one particular payment plan, which is the adoption bonuses. So firstly, probably we'll see in their document that they have to hit certain targets. When they hit certain targets, they claim a bonus. These are the same wordings we use in business. Okay, yet let's talk about the targets and what kind of a bonus comes. So when they manufacture documents, concerns, crimes, steal our children with all the fabricated, diluted information, and they take our babies and it goes into adoption, one child is worth anywhere between 37 and 50,000 pounds, a one-off bonus, a one-off check. Between 37 and 50,000 pounds. 2 children, the price goes up, 3 goes up. 4 children is valued between 80 and over 100,000 pounds. And 5 children from the same household, it tells you on it, it is negotiable on an annual going basis. This is them doing business on the suffering of our homes, our children, destroying our lives, generation after generation after generation. Now, I've got one simple question for everybody to have a think about, including your professionals. Social workers take the children from allegedly not a safe place, okay, where they could be going through emotional abuse and so on. When they take the children into their care, they keep them till the 18-year-old. They've extended it now because they want more money for an extra year, 19 now. So when they go, the 19-year-old, what happens? They kick them out into the streets. Like, please, somebody explain to me what was the benefit of them children being in the care? How did they progress? In what way did they progress? Nobody's got the answer because it doesn't exist. Because majority of the children are just kicked out. Who picks the children up? It's the parents or the grandparents or the family members. But what happens with them children when they get lifted up, they get themselves sorted? Eventually, when they manage to get a life, settle down, meet somebody that they fall in love with, for example, get married, and they have a child. Then you've got another problem, because then what the social workers do is they go to them children or grown-ups now, and they say, because you've been in the care system, we don't think you're fit enough to look after the child, so we're taking your child. So what was the purpose? Where's the benefit? No, this is what's known as a repeat order business. This is child trafficking. Whether they like it or not, it's really hard for them to stomach this. Well, they know it's coming, they know it's happening. I just need the public to wake up. And if anybody wants any clarity to anything, we're more than happy to present that, including the information to do with the RS in school education, because that is a big, big problem for us today. Gwen, go on.
Yeah, so social services. In the UK, there's 2 parts of social services. You've got a child at risk and a child in need. And I've seen now today the most common is child in need because of neurodiverse children, etc. Because they say that the child needs more support, they need more this and whatever from the organisation. When they come out to your home, they make you think that they're there to support and help you for you to get to sign what's called a care plan. But that signature, they don't tell you. It's another form of trickery. They don't tell you that signature on that care plan. It's also your signature to say, yeah, you can take me to court with no evidence later on down the line, because the majority of children that do end up in the system in that way don't need to be there. Yes, some children, some families do need intervention, but it's not the majority. But the thing is with social services, they got annual targets and they got to meet these annual targets. And like you say, Ranky, it's based on commission, basically. Children, it's business.
Absolutely. Well, let me go a little bit deeper for you because what you are going to find with the research is what we've been doing. You get to a social worker first at the ground floor, the bottom level, where they helped and supported in manufacturing documents, concerns, crimes, stealing children. But eventually they'll become managers, then team managers, then directors. Once they start becoming team managers and directors, they're actually opening their own foster care limited company homes. And once they start doing that, they work collectively as a team. People keep stealing children to put them into their care again and again and again and again, just like cattle. This is the state of affairs here today, and people need to wake up. And when we're talking about pedophilia, excuse me, you know, people aren't still waking up to this. You know, there are so many cases out there of victims of child sexual abuse that the authorities don't even want to look at. Why? Because it involves the authorities. You see, this is one of the things I'm exposing, obviously, in the northeast of England, because I've seen this, I've witnessed this, and I will be exposing everybody involved, including the councillors, the mayors, the MPs. It don't make no difference, the chief executives. I don't really care, because for me, I don't care about what colour, creed, religion, title you think you are. You haven't got no exemption notices, and you are going to be held accountable. And look, if I could do all this, why can't anybody else? When you're speaking the truth, you should speak loud. And what these people do, what they want is not to speak up loud. They don't want anybody to know, which is a big problem. Which I mean, I'm not sure whether I'll be doing it right now. I know I'm going to be giving you a big, massive list of names, and I'm going to go through. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go through all of it, of all your MPs who are part of the kiddie fiddlers. And let me tell you something, as much as I'm putting out, the list seems to be endless. And people are going to say it's Labour. Yes, it's Labour. But it's not just Labour. It's your Conservatives, it's your Tories, it's your UK Reform. They're all part of the same thing. Having a new group coming in out of all them lot, it's like they all having the same piss up in the same place. Okay, you're not actually voting for anybody separate, and every one of them commits treason when they go into the departments anyway, when they get into their responsibility. And that reminds me about Tony Blair. 17 years of campaigning, got into Parliament, and the first bill he changed was that to commit treason, you can't be sentenced to death. And as a result of him changing that bill, everybody's committing treason. They lie to the public, they get a paycheck from somewhere else, and they sell the nation out day in, day out. And there is solutions around that, but that's all to do with the public again. If we, the public, all come together, stood together, and made our own political group, if that's the way you want to go, I'd be happy with that. And get rational, beautiful, caring people who love and respect their own neighbours and community members. That's who we need as your local councillor, your local MPs, your local mayors. Not picked by these, not the ones that just sell you out for a propaganda of their own. It's the only way. I know the other way is the one that they're trying to incite violence at the moment. I'm not fond of violence. I don't think violence is going to solve anything. If anything, if they keep provoking the public, and if we do end up going to any form of civil war, which I'm hoping not, we are going to pay for the price for it. As well as we probably have at least 1 million of us unalived, they will steal hundreds and thousands of children that'll never be seen again, and they'll just blame it on the public. Okay, so remember how we're dealing with these things. We've got to be rational about these things. But the more people that come forward, stand together, we could just take over politely. Look at Bulgaria. You see, they've done it there. Look at Italy, they've done it there. People come together. People stand together. And if we all come together and stood together once for the right cause, which is our children, and what's in the middle of it is pedophile rings, grooming gangs, and change everything, and we just all come together and shut everybody down. No more shopping, No more giving them anything. And you shouldn't be paying no council tax. Your money for council tax is going for weapons of mass destruction for committing genocide abroad. Are we funding this kind of stuff today? And you know, there's a law, there's a bill in place that we can't fund anywhere to do with genocide, anything to do with murder of innocent civilians. And just under that clause, you should be able to tell them you don't want to pay council tax. You understand? Very, very simple. Look, we're giving you the answers as well. And this is reality, by the way. Don't be thinking that it isn't. There's documents out there for everything we're talking about. Okay? So don't think it's just they're deceiving everybody. They don't want everybody to know. Your BBC News has been a big problem. I think everybody knows about BBC News. That's why they got away with the kiddie fiddling issues that their leaders had. But that's no difference, is it? In the leaders in general, what we have, because you got to remember who owns BBC News. The same private corporate companies owned by foreign internationals who own the social services, the police, the lot. It's one big gang coming together like a mafia, kiddie fiddling, hungry psychopaths that don't care. And all the good people out there, we really need to get the message to them. Every single one of them, because we know it's not everybody. I mean, the amount of police officers that I've actually met and social workers I've actually met, 100% have a unanimous decision even till today. That's the success rate we're having. 100% waking up. But I want to make it clear, this is not just here. The whole world is waking up today. The whole flat earth is waking up today. Because everything they've been teaching us, even in our history, has been part of the indoctrination. They have been lying about everything. Our history, our background, science, everything they've been lying about. And why we even believe in them today? Because they got so used to the idea of us being obedient to them. And who are these people? People who think that they own at least 1,000 slaves per person of them. All geology and biology. Yeah, 100%. They're just doing whatever they want to do, what they want. They just want to just portray it. And this is the kind of teaching you have in your schools. So just going into the schools, for example, we used to have sex education there, but it wasn't known as sex education. It used to be biology, where you used to learn about body parts of a female or male, describing detail by detail, but not going into graphic details. And that was in the secondary school, not juniors. You understand? These have gone to another level where they're going into pedophilia onto 4-year-old babies. And you know, this is why the first person that came on earlier on, she was talking about, and I respect her, she was talking, because she doesn't know, talking about other people, maybe trying to go into 14, 15-year-old girls, trying to say it's another country, until I reminded her, what are you talking about other countries? Your own country here is trying to teach this kind of filth to 4-year-olds. So what's more concerning? Somebody that might be trying to get married to somebody at 15? Or trying to be with somebody at 15? I still think it's wrong, but put that aside. We have our own problems here. And that isn't 15. That's 11 years off that. It's 4-year-old. For the love of God. Always be a critical thinker. Delhi, you're right. They need to be critical thinker. Look, I mean, if you understand critical thinker, the way I'm going to put it is common sense. All you need to have is a little bit of common sense. Okay, yet on that word, I'm going to say it, what we find is a lot of common but with no sense. Being skeptical is healthy, very healthy. But there's a fine line between being skeptical and being stupid. Okay, skeptical means that you question it, you want to learn about it, you want to see the evidence of it and make an independent decision. And I'm happy with that. I agree with that. But then make the decision like that, not randomly yourself. Okay, if I could just see addiction, is it? Let's see who this is. Addiction You're in the box there. Could you just unmute yourself, please? Addiction, you just come in the box. Can you please unmute yourself? Final shout out, Addiction. If you just unmute yourself. If not, go and drop the person, please. And you've obviously got your partner in the comments as well. Deb, she's amazing, by the way. So I want to make it clear, look, feel free to join in, to ask us any questions. This is the topics that we're talking about. But if you do be victimizing victim or trying to slander, slate, things like that, if you're not in a position to have a rational conversation, you're just going to get muted and blocked. We're not interested in no fame. If you want to be one of those people, the problem that you probably have is you just came on the wrong live. All you need to do is touch the screen, push it up and go on somebody else's live. Okay, we haven't got time for that. And if any professionals, and I know professionals are always tuning in and listening, why don't you join? Why don't you ask the questions? Why don't you see the evidence? What is holding you back? Oh my gosh, how many messages? I'm going to pretend that didn't think. So this is the issue that we're having with the pedophiles, corruption within the authorities and grooming gangs. And now you understand these three are three different topics when we're talking about our authorities or supposed authorities are going to our babies and teaching them about anal sex, teaching them about masturbation, and then whispering in their ear and telling them, you could keep a secret. It's between us. You don't need to tell the parents. This is grooming gangs taking place. Grooming by grown-ups in position of powers that's supposed to be there like a parent to look after their child, but it's not their children, is it? It's our babies. It's our children. And this is what they're doing to our homes today. You know, Russia says it, Putin says it very well, that the West is run by a bunch of nonsense. All they're trying to do is destroy the family units. And that's what they've been doing for decades, by the way. It's not just now, it's for decades. It's just right now, they're speeding up. They're speeding up because of an agenda. But that's a separate topic that does go into religion, and it does go to a place called Jerusalem or Palestine. That's the land that we're talking about, and the apartheid regime that's around there trying to control everything. But that's, like I say, a separate topic. I'm not going to wake up. I'm not going to speak about that because that will put most of you at shame. It will knock you to six, you know what I mean? I did do this on a private meeting, but I'm not going to do it on here tonight anyway. But please feel free to ask questions because school is a jeopardy, is a problem. We need to reach out to all the universities, all the colleges, because that's our youngsters today. And we need to make sure we reach out to them. Every student needs to learn and know about the problems that are going on today. And we have to come together because they are the new generation. And yet they are still critical thinking. They still understand. But I want to remind everybody, if we don't stand today and speak up today and show them how you stand up and fight back, they, our children and our grandchildren, by the time it gets to our grandchildren, they won't even know how to stand up for themselves because this is the part of the propaganda. So if anybody wants to jump in and ask questions, you don't need to even jump in to ask questions, by the way. You can just ask the questions in the comments. There's no issues and problems. I don't want to put anybody in a position that you've got to. You don't have to. If you want to speak privately, we could arrange private meetings. If you're a professional and you're nervous of coming on public media, you don't need to. Just go through www.lcs.news and we'll arrange a private meeting. Either way, this is happening. Everybody is going to be exposed and are being exposed. And actually thinking about it, while I've got my lovely coffee in front of me, Gwen, do you think I've got time to quickly maybe read off 50 MPs at least of kiddie fiddlers?
Absolutely.
Allahu Akbar. Okay, here we go then. So this is a list, very, very simple, and I'm going to hit one list at a time. If we've got time, I'll go through. No, I'm not going to have time for all of them because it's too many. Okay, so here we go then. We got an Andrew Palmer, a Labour Party election agent, serving his third prison term for multiple counts of paedophilia. Malcolm Ford, Labour councillor and head teacher of Skell Measdale, Stroke West Lancashire District Council, received 15 years prison for child rape. Terry Power, Labour Party councillor for Diggingham, arrested and charged for raping homeless children. Take note on every bit that I'm be saying now, okay? You got Peter McLachlan, Labour Party chairman of Stanley Town Council, admitted raping a male child. Michael Toombs, Labour Party councillor, nominee and school governor, arrested for child porn and child grooming. John Murray, Labour Lord Mayor, sexually assault on a child. Graham White, Labour Party councillor, guilty of filming a child doing sex acts. Raymond Coates, Labour County councillor, arrested for multiple child rape along with his own son. Lee Benson, Labour Party councillor, found guilty for child pornography images found on his computer. Jonathan Phillips, Labour councillor, found guilty of child porn found on his memory stick. Joseph Shaw, Labour councillor, caught with child abuse images. Torrance Smith, Labour Party councillor, guilty of over 90,000 images of children being raped. Stuart Brown, Labour Lord Mayor, guilty of distributing sickening images of child abuse over the internet. Liam Temple, Labour Lord Mayor, guilty of inciting a child into his home into acts of gross indecency. Mark Burton, Labour councillor, guilty of molesting a child at a party, also caught with child pornography. Neil Redrip, if anybody's coming in, just mute yourself. Neil Redrip, Labour councillor, 4 months prison for using a spy camera to film a child on the toilet in his flat. David Spooner, Labour councillor, 12 months prison for indecency in front of 2 children. Mark Lachlan, Labour councillor, 12 years prison for 8 counts of rape and sexual assault on 3 young boys. Les Shepherd, Labour councillor, 10 years for molesting 3 children in County Durham. Easton Tudor Davies, Labour councillor, 7 years prison for raping a 9-year-old girl in South Wales. Gilbert Ben, Labour councillor, 5 years prison for molesting an 11-year-old male child. Alan Prescott, Labour councillor, 2 years prison for molesting child in his care. Nicholas Green, Labour Lord Mayor, 10 years prison for raping and molesting of 3 children ages between 6 and 10 years old. Sam Chowdhury, Labour Lord Mayor, sent to prison for multiple rapes of children as young as 5-year-old. Susan Smith, Labour councillor, Lambert, 18 months in prison for raping a minor in her transvestite lover's flat. Darren Pedley, Labour councillor and school teacher, arrested by police on child porn images. Yusuf Azad, Labour representative of London Mayor Kent Livingstone, on the GLA, arrested on child porn charges. Samuel Gamblin, Labour Party spin doctor, making child pornography and accessing child porn. Willie Smith, Labour councillor leader, arrested over child pornography. Philip Leon, Labour Party advisor to Labour Party advisor and aide to Tony Blair, was caught making child pornography. Tim Russo, Labour Party advisor is a convicted paedophile child abuser. Ian Rankin, Labour councillor candidate, guilty of making horrific child porn movies. Mark Trotter, Labour activist for 2 Labour councils, raped children while diagnosed with AIDS. Peter Tuffley, Labour Party advisor to the Hazel Blears, kidnapped a child for sex. Mark Tan, double N, Labour Party activist who knew the Blairs, raped 2 little girls. Manish Sood, Labour MP candidate, offering school children money for sex. John Johnson, Labour Party councillor, guilty for downloading child pornography. I'm just going to read the last 15. I want you to listen to the similarities, even though there's a lot of the other ones as well. Keith Potts, Labour Party councillor and school governor, guilty of making child porn images. Nelson Bland, Labour councillor and school teacher, guilty of making child porn images. Greg Vincent, Labour councillor and school governor, guilty of child pornography. Steve Carnell, Labour councillor and school governor, found guilty for child porn. Adrian Circuit, Labour councillor and school governor, 3 years community order for child porn. Alex Dyer Atkins, Labour councillor and school governor, 2 years for 42,000 images of child abuse. Keith Rogers, Labour Party councillor and school governor, making 2,000 child rape images. John Frary, Labour councillor and school governor, guilty of grooming a child for sex. Timothy Edmonds, Labour Party organiser, Lord Mayor assistant, school teacher helper, scout leader and child rapist. Cyril Smith, Cyril Smith was a Labour councillor and a teacher at Cambridge House Boys Home in Rochdale. Before he joined the Liberals, he was a Labour councillor. Deprived sexual acts upon little boys. Paul Diggert, Labour Party councillor candidate and school governor, caught downloading child pornography. Ben Williams, Labour councillor and school teacher, arrested over child porn internet searches. Richard Harris, Labour councillor candidate and school governor, arrested for offering children money for sex. Graham Pearson, Labour Lord Mayor, school teacher and nursery school governor, caught with child porn images. Brian Gates, Labour councillor and school governor for child welfare, caught downloading child pornography. Now, how many did you hear there throughout the whole list? School governors, school teacher helper, We have pedophiles put in positions of power that then they are actually going to school to look after our children and being in responsibility of power. Are we kidding? Are we joking? Now, if anybody wants this information, you want this information, evidence, I'm more than happy to give you the information. This is just one list. I mean, I've already put 40, 50 of them up on the TikTok and the other sites. However, I can't keep up, to be honest, because the list is endless. You do have Tories list as well. You have Conservatives list as well. UK Reform list as well. You don't be thinking that they're not. They're all at it. We got a big issue, and it's to do with pedophiles. And this is very, very, very important. I hope people wake up. So because I've got somebody in, Tina, I believe it is. Tina, if you could just unmute yourself, please. Tina, you're in the box. Tina, can you please mute yourself, my sister? I hope I'm right, but okay, no problem. But I hope you understood. I mean, that list, I mean, I try to go through them fast because I try not to think about it, because that is disturbing, that is. We have MPs not only raping everybody else's child, but they rape their own children. And they have AIDS and they just crack on. What does that show you? Have they got any respect for humankind? And these are the people who are getting in positions of power. You look, if you leave the dogs in the work, you're never going to have any other result, are you? It'll always be the same result. Tina, is that you again?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, my sister. Firstly, thank you very much for joining us. Did you have a question or a comment, my sister?
Well, Rangi, you know, we connected about 2 years ago, and I told you a lot of shit about exposing corrupt social workers and this, that, and the other. And I was below 10k at the time. You said that you could help me get above it, and then I'd never get blocked and all that, but it didn't happen. I don't care about that shit. But upon coming across you again tonight, it's like we're still talking about the same shit. And then when I've looked back at all my paperwork, yeah, I actually got a bill from LCS. It's not LCS News, it was LCS, which was a debt collector on behalf of, when I was in the court, in the family courts, trying to fight to keep my kids, yeah. And then I actually won my court thing, which, well, hey, I did it. And then they said to me, yeah, they'll put a non-molestation order against the perpetrator of obviously my youngest kid's fella that we're fighting. And guess what? I did the move, and all of a sudden I got a bill because of this emergency non-molestation order. And guess who the debt collector company was called? LCS Debt Collectors. So it actually shocks me that I met you 2 years ago, and yet you're still related to the family courts of the corrupt people. I don't get it.
Okay, so firstly, I don't know who this LCS debt collectors are.
I can send you evidence. I've got paperwork. I've got all the bills. They're called LCS.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with us. You even have the social services have a system that's known as LCS as well. If you go on the website.
Can I just intervene you? So I've just quickly done a Google search on LCS, and it says LCSDR is a debt collector, but it's international. It's nothing to do with. It's nothing.
Of course, it's international because child corruption and child trafficking is international.
Yeah, but
I actually got moved from England to Wales. It's in a roundabout way. It is still child trafficking, because if I didn't choose my kids over my own life, I'd still be living in England. I've got sent over to fucking Wales. I've been here for 13 years for my kids. Not a lot of people would have done that. But when I look back at all my paperwork, and I met you 2 years ago, Rangi, and I've chatted to you over the phone and everything, and I tried to be a volunteer for your network, and I still got fucked off for it.
Fucked off by who?
Well, you, because I've submitted my information on your website that I want to be a volunteer down in Wales.
Yeah.
I've talked to you over the phone when you was in cahoots with the ex-copper, whatever he were called, from the Freemasons and all that.
Oh, you mean Gary Watman? So let me slow you down for a second. Firstly, for the last 2.5 years, I've been getting targeted like hell. But that's just normal standards. I've been overwhelmed myself, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but Rangi,
however, just 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm just trying to clear your mind. That's all. So when you're talking about some debt collecting agency, that's got nothing to do with us. I mean, there'll be hundreds.
It's just funny how it's the same name, innit? It's the same initials. It's the same LCS, except you're on about lies, conspiracy, and rest of it. It's still part and parcel of the same corrupt court system. They're actually debt collectors for the family courts for giving out non-molestation orders.
Right. So here's the thing. Be very, very clear about this, right? I'm making it clear. I have no idea what that is. I'm telling you, this is LCS News, what we do. What other people do with the similar letters they may be using, that's got nothing to do with us. Okay? I stand with what I do, and I'm open with what I do. Okay? Just, Gwen, did you want to add on there somewhere?
No, I mean, this is not the first thing I've seen, that said that you were behind that sort of thing, Rangi. So, a quick Google search will just show you all about that company she's on about.
No, I'm not saying that Rangi's behind it. I'm saying that I have been part and parcel of that corrupt system where
Yeah.
I have been relocated to Wales. And basically, I had a carrot dangling over my head because they knew they weren't going to win the court case, but they put it through, and they knew they weren't going to win it. And I seen the full picture. It was a case of you stay in Bolton and you lose your kids, or you move to South Wales over the border with Caerphilly corrupt Caerphilly, carefully corrupt.
Oh, it's
and all
terrible.
that.
I know Caerphilly.
Right?
I know Caerphilly well,
Right.
Tina. They are awful.
And I've done 13 years here, and I can let it go. But when I see all this on TikTok now, and it's all a collective, and it's like, whoa, hang on a minute. I see the bigger picture. I've walked up to it. I've got every little piece of paperwork from my court case from 13 years ago, and I can send you the proof that I got given a non-molestation order. I moved down here, and then 2 years being down here, trying to think that I've got a new life, I've then got LCS trying to claim £1,000 off me for this non-molestation order that actually I didn't even want in the first place because I weren't even that in much danger.
Right,
It's just that it was because I won the court case.
Yeah, so Tina,
Yeah,
look,
so when sorry, Rangi. So when a debt collector comes knocking at your property, right, and they say, "Oh, we've got this, whatever have you ask them to show. The first thing you do is don't admit, you don't say you are the person not written on them documents, because that's it's fraud. Because what they've actually done, the court have sold your debt, right? The court of whoever is behind this have sold your debt, have sold that debt. You're being scammed out of money, you are, love.
Yeah, but do you not understand, Matt? I went through the family court process of corruption, and I went through it, and I did it. I went in a women's refuge. I even lost my own family dog because I weren't allowed to take my dog into the family refuge.
I know.
Then
Sorry to
I spent a year and a half there, and I knew, my solicitor said to me, when social workers say to you, you've got to run and jump, he said, no, Tina, I know you're a good mother, you've got to run, jump and give a backflip. And when you're, like, my social worker kept trying to put mental health on me, because she said to me, every time I come through your door, Tina, you're crying, you're upset. I said, of course I'm fucking crying, you're trying to take my kids off me. She said, I think you need to go and see a doctor, I think you got mental illness. So I told my solicitor, and he said to me, but Tina, go to your doctor, and when he tells you that you haven't, you've got a tick in the box. It's all ticks in the box. And I did it all. And they knew they'd lost that court case. They knew it. But I had to relocate for it. Then I relocate for it in a total different country, and then I'm still getting charged off LCS.
Everybody still with me?
No, probably. You're going to knock me off in a minute, Rangi, because...
No, sorry, Tina, there was nothing coming through this. So, Tina, I mean, the bit that you mentioned there, that I'm still doing this, well, I'm supposed to keep doing this. I'm supposed to wake people up because of what you've gone through. I've gone through, many of us in the country that are going through this. We need to keep bashing this. Apart from now, we're just escalating it to with the paedophile problem, the grooming gang problem. This is affecting every single one of our homes.
Yeah, I understand that, Rangi. I talked to you 2 years ago about it. I've talked to you on the phone about it. But, it goes to show how easily we forgot about.
No, well...
And then I've just come across... Well, I talked to Rangi before. You said to me, when I reach 10,000, you'll get me on your thing. But that don't matter. I couldn't care about that. But the thing is, I've only just come across your post again tonight, and me watching it again, it's like we're repeating the same thing you were talking about 2 years ago. Are you not bored of it?
No, I'm not.
Why is nothing being done? Why is nothing being done?
Right.
Oh, I do something. So my involvement here is with the education system, right? I've been through what you've been through as well, and I've won too, right? So I know you are, right?
Yeah.
But this at the moment, the RS, Rangi has to keep repeating what he's saying and doing. People don't read. Do Do you know what I mean? If people read these documents and understand the difference between lawful and legal, right? One, you would have known how to get out of that debt straight away with just a few words, right?
Well, I did do, but
Two, our children wouldn't be at risk now. All acts, legislations, mandates, and statutes, right? They require the consent of the governed to become law. And this is the problem. People think, oh, because our government is telling us to do A, B, C, X, Y, and Z, we think we've got to do it, but we haven't. Debt collectors.
Why is not a Z and a B's no better?
Pardon?
Why is not a Z and a B's no better? I know it. I know what you're saying. I'm not disrespecting it.
None of it is any good. But the thing is, the biggest problem we got, right, is no one's uniting. We're all over the country. We're all over the world. If communities come together, right, if you had a community behind you, you wouldn't have had to move.
Well, of course I haven't got a community behind me because I live in a Welsh community that actually hates the English. They're so lucky that they haven't got the boats people coming over here. And my neighbours where I live now, I'm luckier for getting hello out of them because I'm English.
Yeah, and this is our problem. If people start, gathering little groups and communities and growing them, everyone's on the same page. It's all about the children, right? So if communities can get together. Well, is there anything more precious?
Well, no, that's why I give my whole life up in England to come over here. 13 years a long line. I look at it and I just exist every day. I wake up and look at trees. And I might get an hello out of my next door neighbours.
If people unite, then we wouldn't be where we are today.
Yeah, I know that, but that's what I'm saying. I met Rangi 2 years ago on this app. Mm-hmm. And there's no United Nation gone on. We're all still going down London doing waving our flags with Tommy Robinson and all that. It's not getting us nowhere.
But the thing is, right? So I've been involved.
But it's not getting us nowhere.
Tina, I've been involved here for a couple of months now, right? And every single live I've been on you, right? And I've spoke about the RSC, the education, the how corrupt everything is. There's still hundreds of people that comes through these comments that still haven't got a Scooby what's going on. So we have to keep repeating what's going on. We have to keep doing what we're doing. We have to. We can't. The saying, hold the line. Yeah. That's very much needed now. That is very much needed now.
Of course,
I'm sorry you've been through what you've been through, lovely, honestly. But again, communities need to come together because if they don't, what's the point?
Right, how mad's this? Can I just put one thing to you? How mad's this, right? So I deregistered my teenager. He's 15 this year, so he was 13 when I deregistered him from school because I'd had enough of the government bullshit and the protocol and COVID. I deregistered him. So I've been homeschooling him. Never heard a word. Then I had a family member come down here 2 weeks ago from Manchester, and I live in South Wales now. He come down and he turned around to me this particular day last week and he said, what time's I'm not going to say my son's name, but what time's he getting up? And I said, well, whenever he wakes up. If kids need for sleep, they need for sleep. And he said, I thought you homeschooled him. I said, well, I do, but I do it. If kids need for sleep, I'll do it when he wakes up, blah, blah, blah. And he said, what, and nobody ever comes on to you? I went, no. And I fucking swear on my kid's life, pardon my language, within an hour, I got a knock on the door. There was this guy who turned up at my door with sunglasses on. When it was a heat wave, he had sunglasses on. And it was during the bank holiday week, the school week off. Yeah. Education welfare officer. He says to me, did you receive our letter? I said, I've not received anything for 2 years. He said, well, you're supposed to report to us how the home education's doing every year. And I said, well, I've never had nothing. And he went, well, can you give this woman a ring? And he gave me this woman's phone number. That was it. Who the hell, as an education welfare officer, comes out to your house during the school holidays? And it was just mad. It was just mad how it happened. They've
So
not,
this is
and
what I'm saying again.
they don't give a
With the
shit.
no, this is what I'm saying again with the legislation. So they brought in the school bill, right? And all homeschool children, all homeschool children, the government want to register for, right? So this is what this is all about.
Yeah, but I
But then again,
deregistered him 2 years ago.
yeah,
My kid could
listen,
be dead by now. They won't know.
I deregistered my son also in 2020, right? And I've not heard from nobody at all from out of the LA or nobody at all until this year, which is because this registration for the. I mean, I haven't signed or I haven't put a pen to any of this paper yet because I haven't done it. I haven't done my research on it properly, but my signature ain't going on that form.
Yeah, it was just mad
I'm
how it
telling you that now.
happened.
I am not signing a thing, anything to do with the LA, anything to do with social services, anything to do with council, any organisation that's involved with the sale of our children, the abuse of our children, in any way, shape or form. My signature is not going on any of them documents.
Yeah, but the person who turned up for Caerphilly fucking council education welfare officer, it was just mad how it happened, weren't even English, weren't even Welsh, he was foreign. He could only just say the actual sentence in English.
Yeah.
He was actually foreign who come to my door, and it was so mad how it happened on that one day that he had that conversation with a family member who come down here. So, you know, when you think people are listening, then no wonder you start getting paranoid that what's going on, because that was so mad. 2 years my kid's been deregistered. And then he tells me that I've got to start now showing a report about what I've been doing. I don't have to show you nothing.
No, we don't. And that's right, we don't. I won't be doing it.
And that's what I'm saying.
The only thing I'll be proving to anybody that works in that field is my son, since I've deregistered my son 5 years ago, I can prove medically, because he's got a lot of medical issues, I can prove medically that it's been the best for him.
Exactly. But it's just weird how it just happens, and it's all, you have a conversation, it's like you talk about your gas bill or something, before you know it, your gas people turn up on your doorstep trying to get a reading. Do you know it is mad.
Tina, I understand that, Sam, because this is what in general we've been talking about. The whole system is run by corporate companies. Eventually it's the same paymaster. But the bit that I want to bring you back to is when you mentioned about myself, because, you know, I reach out to everybody. I try to support everybody, you know, and because you mentioned that I'm still doing this for the last 2 years. Well, if I don't do this, who else do you know that's going to speak up to wake people up that are not aware of it? You know, and this is, I take my responsibility, and this is why I speak up. And in general, when you mentioned about followers, I tell everybody who's awake to follow each other, and I say the total opposite, to tell everybody that they jumping on. I'm not even looking for followers, because for me it's not about followers, but the purpose for me is when people are following each other, they're then not isolated, they're not on their own. Because there's so many people like yourself, like myself, millions of homes that are in jeopardy today. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing because I have to, because there's nobody else. Nobody's going to speak up about pedophiles, grooming gangs and the corruption. People are nervous. People are scared for 1,000 reasons. And I understand that. You understand? And, you know, for the last 24 months, for example, or 28 months, I've had so many people targeting me from the community, and actually particularly from Manchester, where people have been portraying me, sticking my picture onto the Rochdale scandal, Telford scandal. It's like anybody that's done something wrong, an Asian, that's supposed to be me. Well, it's got nothing to do with me. But everybody now knows that's just part of propaganda, where they have to incite these issues and problems because I am going to expose them. I'm already exposing them. But the purpose of doing this every day, there are so many daughters, sisters, mothers, just like yourself, and grandmothers that have nowhere to go. and they don't know. As if it's like the world stands still. They're suffering in silence. They don't know where the children are. And that's like trauma in itself.
Probably my problem, Rangi, when I first met you a couple of years ago on here, you were all about lies, corruption of the
Liars,
social
criminals, storytellers.
services.
Yeah,
Yeah,
liars,
and now
criminals,
it
storytellers.
seems to be more about, I suppose it seems to be more about the paedophile gangs. So it's sort of
Yeah,
like
Keir
switched from,
Starmer, the Labour.
it sort of
Yeah,
switched from when I first joined you to now that I'm seeing you again. And then I knew that
Keir
LCS linked
Starmer
to the
and the
family
Ukrainian
court.
rep
There's always
boys.
going to be paedophile gangs. There's always going to be prostitutes. There's always going to be this. But I just don't. I've got lost about where the message. What's
Tina,
the
stop for a
message?
second. Stop for a second, Tina. Thank you very much, but just give me a second. You said I've changed. No, either you're not listening, but my
Well,
message.
yeah.
Hang on, if you don't mind,
Go on,
just let me
sorry.
finish up. So everything that I was talking about then is exactly the same thing I'm talking about today. Okay, so when I was talking about it before, liars, criminal storytellers, I was talking about who? Social services.
Services, yeah.
Hang on, right there, breaking silence on the broken system, phase 1, social services scandal. That is still there. Why I'm
Yeah.
bringing the pedophile? Hang on, if you don't mind. Why I'm bringing the pedophile ring involved? Because it involves them. You see, I'm supposed to speak up about them because victims are being victimized again and again, and I'm bringing it to the public's attention. You understand? So all I've done, I've actually gone up a few notches, but I haven't left the source of where I am because this is what I'm against. I'm against social services. And on top of that, like Gwen mentioned about the RS, we're talking about the children who are sexualized, who with these people, pedophiles grooming, and what are they doing to our children at school? This is affecting them at school. They're teaching them about anal sex at the age of 4-year-old, about masturbation. This is also to do with children.
About putting on a mat to Allah when you're not even in. About a god, it don't matter what god that you finger, but they're trying to now get English schools. That's a total different matter.
No, this is in the no. The RSC is exactly the same
lies,
matter.
corruption,
Tina,
and it was about
Tina.
So
The RSC is exactly the same as what Rangi is raising awareness of because it is child abuse.
Everything revolves around children. Every single thing we're talking about revolves around children. You know, whether you might say social services, this is why I say over this side, all these crimes take place. You could call all of them, nobody comes to your aid. And who pays the price for it? Social workers do the crime and our babies are paying the price. Now what's happened is the school teachers are in at it as well. Are we going to stay silent? For me, all of our children matter, regardless of the topic. They're getting sexualized, raped by pedophiles. Isn't that a concern for me? Absolutely. Because it involves social services. How does it involve them? I explain this at the beginning of every live that I do. Where so a victim speaks up, they cover it up while the pedophiles roaming free, putting the rest of the nation free. I'm supposed to tell them that. I'm supposed to push this agenda out. Why? Because we need to wake people up. And every night we come on live, not hundreds, we probably have thousands of people never heard of it before. And the more they come on board, more they could have a listen to, and the more they could ask the questions. And if they want to do it privately, we do privately. That's not a problem. We're happy with that because we need to cater for everybody. But one thing is for sure, from the beginning since I broke silence till today, I've never stopped. And I'm not going to stop. What have I achieved that you might want to say? I've achieved death threats, intimidation, violence against me. For what? Trying to fight for our children. So that just tells me that I'm on the right path now, doesn't it? You know, just like yourself, there's so many sisters, daughters, mothers, wives, grandmothers who are suffering in silence. It was actually a couple of days ago, one came on. You know, she just never knew anybody else who was speaking up about these topics, and she was affected by it. You understand? And it's at least a bit of relief for them to think, oh, at least somebody's speaking up. Otherwise, it feels like they're isolated. And you know, the suicide rate is going through the roof. We want to stop the suicide rate. I'm grateful that you're a strong person, but there's a lot of people that are not strong enough out there. When they lose their children or these issues happen, they're isolated, they're taking their own lives. We need this genocide to stop as well. So this is all of it's the same from the beginning till now. And I think you're on about Gary Wortman. He was on for a short while. I helped and supported what I can until he drifted a little bit different. But I won't move from my topic. My topic is about children. And my whole purpose of keep
Is it
doing
about
this...
children and paedophiles, or is it about children and social services?
Say again.
But is your topic no more about children who are affected by paedophiles or social services? Because there's a
Child
difference.
protection. Child
But,
protection.
yeah, child protection's, I know child protection.
Hang on, just a second. I don't want to mute anybody. I've just explained to you live in front of everybody. It's written there. So
Yeah,
are you
lies,
asking me
conspiracy.
something? Say again.
I know it's LCS News, but like I
No,
said, when I
forget
met you
LCS
2
News.
years ago,
Forget about
it was more
LCS
about
News.
social services. But now it's about
No, I've had to mute you there. Forget LCS News. I've just pointed it out to you. I've just read it to you. Social services. Social services. I can't keep repeating it. There it is right in front of you. About social services. Phase 1, not phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. Phase 1. Social services. But because of what I know, I'm speaking up about all this. Because all this needs to be spoke about. Because everything to do with children that are being exploited, we need to fight and protect them children, including the school education. This isn't yes, in general, I have this in front of everybody. Everybody sees it. And I have to break all this down right at the beginning for everybody all the time. The very same thing I did 2 years ago. There's no difference on it. So it's still social services right there, just so you know. But unless if you've got a question, I don't know. But if you hang fire, I think
But
there's...
you're going on about paedophiles. There's a difference.
I actually
Right.
joking, mate.
I
Social
tell you what.
services. Social services are not paedophiles.
I actually
Right,
joking.
Gwen, if you could just drop it for a second because interacting. I'm going to give you the script right now, just so she understands. Because obviously, everybody, but I want to make it clear. Here I am in front of everybody, breaking silence project on his. Okay. Debbie, just hang fire just 1 second, sister.
She wrapped me up there.
Okay, right. This is the breaking silence project on this side. What happens when you break silence against these crimes? And the crimes are child sexual exploitation, abuse at home, emotional abuse, bullying, neglect, online abuse, self-abuse. And you or a victim could call 999, 101, Childline, NSPCC, Kafka Schools, MPs and more. But no one comes to their aid. Why? Because of this side. This is breaking silence on the broken system phase 1, ladies and gentlemen, which is our social services liars, criminals, and storytellers. Who do they lie to? What do they lie about? Do social services neglect children? Do social services mistreat children? Are social services doing the crime? Our children are doing the time. Are victims being victimized? Do social services control our judges and police with lies and stories? Are there any good social workers out there? Yes. Now look, after saying that, I give people the live example for the world to listen openly. This is truth hurts to people. So why is this pedophile in the middle here? Why is the grooming gang in the middle here? Because there's victims over here for child sexual abuse that social services cover up and do all that leaves the predators out in the public, robbing, raping other people's sisters and daughters. You understand? It's putting my nation at risk. You see? Now, it's only due to safeguarding child protection limited what I can say or show in public media. However, There's the whole thing now that relates and revolves around social services. This is what I'm doing. So if somebody is not listening, and I respect the person, they've gone through these heinous issues and problems, and I respect everybody that's gone through that. But one thing I'm going to advise anybody is, don't argue with each other. We're here trying to unite people. Because she also mentioned that she wanted the help and support. Now look, I'm getting targeted over the last 28 months. 95% of the team members have been targeted, bullied, intimidated, threatened. I haven't got time to even take anybody, and I wouldn't take anybody on if you can't relax. If you can't even understand this and you've lost it thinking that, oh, you talk about pedophiles. Yes, I am. And what's that got to do with the price of bread here? And we talk about school education. Are we supposed to just ignore the school education, which is all of our children are at school being taught about pedophilia? This is a nonsense. We need to fight against this. And this is where LCS comes in, that we will support every topic at hand. Why? Because it's all our daughters, our sons are paying the price for it. You know, and I respect everybody who's been a victim through this, but try to help each other. You know what I mean? This is not, I kick more people out of my life than people follow. I'm not interested. This is not about followers. I couldn't give a damn about it. Every day our babies are being raped. Every day our children are stolen. Who's stealing them? See, back to square one, social services. So please, sister, if you're still there, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what the topic is. Don't prejudge it of your own accord. You understand? Let me just go to Debbie, because I know she was going to say some of that. Debbie?
Hi. I've just put TikTok on and I ended up on your live right away, and all I could hear was some girl like, are you actually seriously joking? Why would you even come onto a live without doing a little bit of diligence first? Because I'm here to unite people as well, because I don't want to argue with anyone, but you shouldn't come on and target one subject on that poster above your head, because it mentions quite a lot of things on there. Yeah, it does.
No, it does.
No, I didn't really want to say anything, to be fair. I just wanted to just back you up a little bit, to be fair.
No, thank you very much, Debbie. Absolutely. But you see, nothing's going to change off that. And the phase one for me is there because that's got to do with trafficking our children. But you've got to understand, everything we talk about is for the well-being and the safety of our children. I don't care what topic it is. Look, 5G is causing a problem on our children. The COVID is causing a problem on our children. The chemtrails are causing a problem on our children. The school education is causing a problem on our children. The police ignoring it and allowing all these rapes to take, causing a problem. Social, it's all about children. And the reason why we're talking about all these topics, because we're bringing everybody together, the whole nation together, instead of little groups. Oh, I just want to do this topic. Now look, it's great having the topics. So for example here, now this is a perfect example. I've got Gwen and a couple of other people like her, absolutely amazing. Their speciality is to do with the school education. And I love that. Why? Because that's the part that they feel for. I fully support it because it's the right thing to do. But when, for example, if somebody went to Gwen and said about social services, the chances are she'll say, go and see Rangi. I'll talk to him about it. I'll deal with him. Because that's my speciality. So my speciality is not going to change. But...
Oh, I think I'd send them to Deb at the moment. And Rangi. Because what I know of Deb, wow, and she's still fighting.
Yeah, I don't come on live as much as lately, but I have been helping quite a lot of people in the background because being there, done that. I just want people not to do what I did wrong. 8 years of doing the paperwork, and you will never win in a family court if they want your children. They will fucking have them. They all work together, the police, social services, the solicitors, CAFCAS, and this is 100%. I am 47, 7 kids, 6 grandkids, and I'm a target. I keep getting pulled over by police. I'm not even going to lie, it's silly, fucking silly. But I'm 100% clean hands. I have clean hands and I'm here to protect the children. And everybody now knows who I am. And if anyone needs help, and I will pass on what I've learned along the way.
No, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, sister. You know, this is where it comes. Everybody needs to do their part. That's all we need to do is come together and do our little part. Everybody takes their own little positions. 1% of effort from everybody will make everything change. And this is what we need to focus. I mean, this is why I always talk about home. What is my home? England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland. You know, if we can't sort it out here, how are we supposed to help somebody else somewhere else? And if every other country did the very same thing and dealt with all these issues, because the issues always stem from our authorities, which now after the Epstein files and everything that's coming out, and with the list of the names that I've just given you out, should give you the example of the way run by a bunch of pedophiles. And we all need to come together. It's not about what color, what creed, what religion, what title. None of that is makes any difference. It's about humanity that we all come together. There was somebody in there. I was going to come to them there. They must have just dropped. But I just want to make everybody understand, look, if anybody wants to jump on to ask any questions relating to any of these topics, with what we're doing, why we're doing it, feel free to do so, including social services. And this is not a new thing with social services. And when I'm talking about pedophiles, we've already gave you an example earlier on that they know these things were happening. They just allow people to do what they want with other people's daughters. Who pays the price for it? Our children are paying the price for it. Just remember that. Our children are always paying the price for the wrongdoings and the criminality, or shall I say, liars, criminals, storytelling business of the system, because that's all they're good at. Constant lying, it just like flows out of their mouth. It's like a bat shit just flows out their mouth. Okay, crimes, they're really, really good at it. They'll do the crime and they'll just stitch a parent up for it. And storytelling, I've explained that before. They're that great at doing the storytelling business. They're just in the wrong field. They need to go and get and apply for a job in Hollywood or Bollywood. They're in the wrong field. Okay. But seeing as though they want to be in this field, everybody who has committed these fraudulent crimes, lied in the court, aided in somebody's child, daughter or son being stolen away from them illegally. Nothing's legal about this. It's all illegal. And this is where, you know, good social workers are. A lot of the good social workers are also speaking up about these things. And we need to stand up for them. And the problem is, we need to come together. And I'm always going to be saying that if we don't come together, you could just keep bashing your head against the wall. But some of us are going to keep fighting back. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing because there's nobody else. Well, actually, I take that back. There is people. And I'm grateful for that. So I want people to know that I'm not on my own neither. There are thousands or tens of thousands or millions of people who are doing what I'm doing. And that only means that we're taking responsibility, doing what we should be doing, because we're held accountable for. As grown-ups, as patriots, as people of the community, it's our responsibility to stand up and do the right thing. Staying silent is not going to get you anywhere. And actually, if you're staying silent, you're not complicit. You're actually aiding them. So, you know, when all these crimes take place, you're held accountable for it as well. Okay. And just remember, we have so many parents who are going through this suffering every single day. It's just unbelievable. And we need to start waking up to that. Go on, Debbie, just unmute yourself.
Yeah, I am not a parent. I am a mother. I am not somebody who rents my children. I'm learning law, and when I've finished this course, these local authority will wish they never met this mother. Because honestly, what I've learned in these last couple of days is wild. Yeah, keep your chest cards straight to your chest.
Yeah,
Listen,
Well said, Debbie.
honestly, Yvonne. I need to change my name like yours, Yvonne, because I know how to do it now.
Right, so I'm just going to make sure people know, look, we've still got an hour and a bit left. If anybody wants to jump in to ask questions, genuine, serious questions about the topic at hand, so you understand why it's happening, where it's happening. If you want to have evidence relating to these topics of the lies, cries, criminal activities, or the raping that has been happening, victims being victimized, pedophilia linked, or covered up by the local authorities, just ask the questions, because it all comes back down to the system. Back down to the system, which is part of the RSE, which is school education, which is Gwen and many, many others, and I love and respect what they've been doing. And great, we've got Yvonne as well. He can tell you a little bit about this as well. So people need to ask the questions. Yvonne, thank you very much for joining me. Can you hear me? Yvonne, can you hear me? Az, can you hear me?
Sounded like they were coming down on a spaceship.
I think he may be driving, maybe.
It's all right, it'll come on in a second. And it's very, very important, because at the end of the day, all these topics relate to our children. You understand? Everybody's taken their position to combat these topics. So, for example, RS, now look, Gwen does it, Yvonne does it, he'll tell you in a second. Everybody's doing their part. Nobody's walking away from nothing. All this means the community is coming together, the power is coming together, the knowledge is coming together, and we could tackle all these topics no matter who comes on the platforms, to keep them quiet, to shut them up, to send them packing, racking and packing. Yvonne, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rangi. I'm just driving back. I'll be parking up in the next 1 minute, and then I'll come on.
Okay, just put yourself on mute when you're ready. Come on, because it's very important about the school education. I'm always going to be saying that as well. Why? Because our children are taught this. This is ridiculous. We can't just pick one thing. Yes, my field is here, social services, but you see, I've got other people in different topics, and this is needed, because this is literally happening simultaneously. It's not just one thing at a time. It's a systematic attack simultaneously. So we got to do the very same thing. We've got to come together collectively and do a systematic attack simultaneously with all these things, and put the defense on, which is what I mentioned yesterday, especially the kind of work Gwen's been doing, helping, supporting mothers at school and the parents at school, helping them, supporting them, guiding them, and even being the advocate to go and support them at the schools. This is needed. You understand? And if the more we do this, the better. We don't need nothing else. No, actually, apart from God Almighty's blessing every one of these, nobody makes money out of this. None of us make anything out of it. We don't get paid for none of this. We do it from our own pockets. We just, because we love and care for our communities, our homes, your sons, your daughters. So for some of us like myself, they've already done the damage to my home. Right? They've already done it, like many, many others. And what we're doing now is making sure we can start standing up for others who don't have a voice, who are just going through this setup. So I know the sister mentioned earlier on that I'm still doing the same thing. Well, I'm supposed to, because everybody's not awake. And I don't go to London. I don't join Tommy Robinson. I don't work with the wrong people. I'm not interested. I still do what I need to do, not what people want me to do, because I need to fight back. I need to speak up. As a result, there's so many issues that we're having, particularly me, the amount of issues and problems that these are trying to cause me, trying to even imprison me. But does it stop me? No. Why? Because your kids matter. Our children matter.
And the sad thing is, Rangi, nobody even says anything until it happens to them.
You're right.
That's the sad part about it. But over the last 10 years of me, I've been fighting this a long time, but obviously in the social media for 10, people from when I first started, they put their heads down and they're like, it is embarrassing, or, if you have your kids taken off you, because I still am a good mum. I don't even know why I'm even said sin. I'm still, but it is a lot of this is like under the carpet. Once you get in a family court, you put gagging orders and you're not allowed to fucking say anything. Well, I don't give a fuck about no gagging orders. Now, I don't care about gagging orders.
Yeah, they take advantage of the vulnerability, don't they? The vulnerable. This is why it says when their victims are being victimized. You know, all they do is they get involved in your home. They have a preconceived view, biased, and don't forget because they got targets to maintain, they
They're
start
predetermined.
manufacturing anything. Say again,
They're
Deb.
all. I'm just saying they're all predetermined before you even get into court.
Predetermined,
Like
absolutely, absolutely. And this is why, look, the more we speak up, I mean, look, especially for the last 2 years, for example, even though I've been going through this carry on, the amount of people that are taking a simple advice of getting their phones, pressing the button record. You don't need to ask any of them. You don't need to tell them. It's all legal above board. Over 80% of everybody who took that advice has now caught social services committing perjury. So they have a defense. So we have to do all this. We've got to keep doing all this. And if something happens to me, I expect everybody else to keep doing this. You understand? Not to leave it. And I expect people to do it. Because this all these things may seem like it's different topics, but it's not. It's the same system. It's the same setup. It's the same problem that needs to be dealt with. Simple as that. We got Cax, is it?
Yes, hello Ranji, what are you doing, bro? You okay?
I'm good, thank you very much, Cax. Thank you very much for joining us. Did you have a question or a comment, brother?
Ranji, all I wanted to say is that I've been in and out of your lives a few times and on many occasions, and bro, you know what, you're doing an amazing job, and you know, keep going, keep strong, and you know, I hope that you get even more and more support. And it's, you know, it's really, really shocking that, you know, not enough people are, well, I'd say people are aware of it, but not enough people have got it in them to kind of speak out. Do you get what I mean, Ranga? And what it is that because, you know, unfortunately in the UK, the times that we're living in is we're all divided in our own little sections, right? The governments, the elites, you know, all these, you know, they're dividing us and pushing us into boxes. They're making us go into a box. They're saying, right, okay, you've got to choose a box. Are you in the left or are you in the right, or you're far right or far left? Like, have you noticed they make us push ourselves into boxes, and then we don't unite. We find it hard to unite rather than because we're just too busy divided. Do you get where I'm coming from, Anja?
I totally agree with you, but one of the things we are openly now saying, and this is what they're afraid of, the people are actually coming together. All the communities are coming together. They've realized where the real problem is. But I agree with you, there is still few morons out there like Tommy Robinson who are part of the propaganda, deceiving my community, my white Caucasian.
Ranji, the crazy thing though is that it's, you know what it is? It's a very small minority of them that are doing the division,
Yeah.
but because they're screaming so loud, right? They're overpowering the ones that are like, you know, the majority, which is, you know, everybody, right? And we're just like I said, is that I think a lot of people are afraid to speak up maybe sometimes, do you know what I mean? But all I want to say, man, honestly, you've been doing such a great job. I've been in and out of your lives many occasions. But I hope you're well. I hope your family's well. Just keep going strong, bro. Do you know what I mean? And all I want to say, last time I did ask you a few questions, man. Yeah, so like, you know, in terms of like support wise, right, like you were just mentioning before, like, you know, you and your team, right, or whoever are like joining you and helping you, they're doing it off their own backs, like with their own finances, like their own time, their own energy and all that kind of stuff, right? But like, have you not like tapped into or reached out to like people a little bit more higher up? For example, isn't there people like within the social services system that know what's going on and it's wrong and are not willing to kind of like, you know, step in a little bit? Do you get where I'm coming from, Anja?
Yes, so the answer to that is the question is, do I reach out to the professionals in positions of power?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the answer is everyone that I've met,
Yeah.
after having them 100% unanimous decision that what we're speaking about is true and it is happening,
Right.
they simply get sacked, removed, or they're sent on the sick. Everybody's being threatened. Everybody's been bullied, intimidated, threatened, blackmailed, whatever happens. So yes, we are trying, and this is why my focus is on the public, because if the public all come together, the jig is up, because it's already over, because it's about unity. If the public realize that we are the power, we are the ones that could make the whole change and stop all this. And how we do it is just come together. Once we come together, it's game over.
But Ranji, that's where the trick is, then, isn't it? Like, yeah, I'd love to have the hopes that, if we get all the public and we get the general people and we get everybody, regardless of your race, your religion, your ethnicity, your background, whatever you are, whoever you are, we unite as a people, as a nation, as parents, or as, just as people knowing what's going on. But that's the hard bit, Ranja, don't you think? Like, getting so many people together, do you know what I mean? Like, how many people will actually come out and do that? The only ones that you see coming out and do that is the ones on the marches and all that kind of stuff. Do you get where I'm coming from?
So two things. Number one, when these people are doing these marches, they have funding because they're part of the propaganda. They want us divided, so they get funding. On the side of ourselves, with what we're doing, are we getting results? Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. We have not 1 or 2 or 10 or 20,000. We have at least 20, 30 million people who are awake.
Yeah, 100%.
And all it is now, everybody's coming together because they've realized the propaganda. They've seen whether it's the Islamophobia, racially motivated, or trying to distract everybody again and again.
It's just a distraction. It's a distraction, isn't it? It's a distraction. This is the governments and the elites and the higher ups, right? This is their tactic from day one, isn't it? Just, divide and conquer, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? And that's in all matters. Have you noticed, Ranja, whether it's your religion, your ethnicity, where you come from, about immigration, about child abuse, or any topic, if you think about it, two-tier policing, whatever it is, it's always about, if we keep them divided, we can easily conquer them. And unfortunately, in the times that we're living in currently around the world as well, let's focus on the UK because we're in Britain. Do you know what I mean? So, it's unfortunate times and circumstances that we're living in, but I love the passion, the energy, and it's just great, man. Honestly, it's just wonderful seeing you, what you're doing, man, Ranja. Honestly, man.
Let me just add one more thing. You said about the two-tier. Now, this is what we do here as well. So when people talk about the two-tier, we need to wake them up. So we acknowledge and we say, yes, there is a two-tier. But not the two-tier that they're talking about, because that's the manufactured two-tier. The two-tier is one law for all the members of the public, regardless of color, creed, religion, title, or sex. And one tier for the private corporate companies who are creating this mischief.
100%.
And this is how we're uniting people, because that's the truth. You see, and now, alhamdulillah, grateful God Almighty, we have people here from all backgrounds.
Yeah, that's what I like about your lives. You've got people from all kinds, and you know what, because before anything, before your race, your religion, your ethnicity, your creed, whatever it is, humanity comes number one. Above all, Ranja, do you know what I mean? Like, humanity is number one, and caring for people, especially the children and the vulnerable people that are being, unfortunately being taken, advantage of. That's what they've been. It's happening, isn't it? Because if you ask me personally, I think the social services, like in schools, if you ask me, I think they're just a child they're a child abducting, child grooming, brooming. Sorry, TikTok, we love you, or whatever it is, yeah. These are them kind of organizations, these social service, and I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to put a blanket over all social service workers, but like you just said, the ones that are speaking out, look what's happening to them. They're getting sacked, they're getting, put on leave or whatever it is. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But all I wanted to say, man, Ranjan, honestly, you're doing a great job, and may Allah give you the strength and the energy and the everything to keep going, man. Honestly.
Well, brother, look, I want to say thank you very much. Just keep supporting us, try to help us, try to share, try to wake people up. It takes all of us. All of us have
to. Ranji, like another one, Ranji, yeah, is that like have you not got in contact with, like, for example, people that can actually take these people to courts or to the law, like, for example, people who are already like solicitors, barristers in this kind of field, that are willing to give a bit of their time, energy for free to investigate this, to take these people to account and to court. Do you get where I'm coming from? Is it like, do we need a pumping of a couple of 100 million in there? Do we need some millionaires on board? Like, but I think more than money, it's not, money makes obviously connections, but I think sometimes, even if, like, for example, on this thing now, you've got like 50 people on here now, yeah? out of these 50 people, and not any of us lawyers or barristers or, got a little bit more deeper connections where we can, dig into and, make use of that against the people that are, doing this towards us. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I get where you come from. So the answer is this. Yeah, there are people out there. Funding is a problem. We don't get funding. However, if you have solicitors who go against the local authorities, they'll just get sanctioned. Because the Bar Association is also run by the same people. Because the whole system is now crumbling. And everybody's going to start walking away from the system itself. But yeah, if people were helping, were supporting, this is one of the reasons why I'd never asked for donations. If
Yeah,
anything,
but you
I
should.
always ask.
I spoke to you about this again last time, Randy.
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, I did make the suggestion, but obviously I don't know if you looked into it or if it's worth it or if it's good to do or not.
No.
Like you should make a GoFundMe or something because you've built that rapport with people. People know what you're about. People know you're genuine. People know that you've gone through something yourself, right? And this is why, like somebody, I think Debbie said it before, that people don't actually do something about it or speak up or get involved unless or until they've gone through it themselves, right?
Yeah.
But like I said, at the same time, as much as I agree with Debbie, but I think, like I said, the point that I mentioned before is that maybe a lot of people are afraid to speak up as well. So in the sense that I was saying to you last time, like I was saying, that you've built the rapport, you've got the people know who you are, what you're for, what you stand for, and all that kind of stuff, right? You should make a GoFundMe, and even if people trickle in through in a month, you get a couple of quid coming in from here, there, £2 here, £1 there, £3. You're not forcing or you're not like putting pressure on people to subscribe to you. You're genuinely just asking for the support that could get you into more channels and open more doors. Do you get where I'm coming from, Ranja?
No, 100%. So the answer to that is anybody could go on the website.
Okay.
There's actually a link on there. Everybody could buy me a coffee.
Oh yes, you said it. Sorry, you did say that. Yeah, you did.
So
you did.
for me, even though I don't promote it or advertise it, I leave it to people. If people do have money they want to invest, I really want them to invest it once they learn what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So all this that I'm talking about, I want to hand them the evidence so they feel comfortable and reassured. It's easy to give somebody a donation, but one donation is never going to cut it. If I could get, I'm trying to push at the moment just with the Muslim community. If everybody could donate £1 a year, I could deal with all of it. Just £1 a year. But if the nation come together and spend £1 a year as a donation, then we'll be able to fight for everybody because we could hire and buy our own law firms.
Yeah.
Constantly fighting, constantly battling away. But this is up to the people. I don't say anything. I just pay whatever I can from my pocket, even though the website, everything, whatever it's cost me, I don't even question it anymore. I'll tell you why. How am I supposed to put a value on our child today?
100%. I know, Ranjay, but you do know what I'm coming from, and I know, like I said, I know that you probably don't want the money, you don't promote it, you don't push for it, you don't ask for it. But like you just said, just imagine that little bit of funding, how far a little bit more it can take you in it. Do you get where I'm coming from?
No, 100%. So two things. If I was getting funding, I could do a lot more. But on the same time, because I don't have anything, I still keep fighting back. So now, I've just had another 3 radio stations that are jumping on board with what we're doing for the public so the public could have a voice. And I've still managed to see, whether I have myself or don't have, I still fight for the public. So now I've got 3 other radio channels, and I am arranging it for this weekend coming where I will be in their studio, or their studio might be coming into where I am right now. So I'll be able to run their studio from my setup where I am. I'll be hosting of their lives, which is brilliant because each one of those radio stations holds about 2 million people more. And I'm happy. You understand? I'm reaching out to more. We want to get the message out there. And those who can, they need to help. And if they want any clarity, they need to come forward and ask for the clarity. You see, the truth hurts. The truth is heavy. You know, when I'm talking about pedophiles, this and that, and social services and what they do, it's heavy. People can't handle it because they've been watching the box in the corner, watching the Hollywood and Bollywood for such a long time that they seem to think everything is fictional. No, this is the real issue, real problems that are going on right now. As
Look,
much
you know,
as I need the help.
I've got no kids, but I've got nephews and nieces, Ranji, right? And I've even noticed that, like, you know, kids are going to school with, like, you know, they've been playing on the weekend, they fell off the bike, they got a scuff on the knee or the head or something. They're going into school, teachers are asking them why, when, who, what, where. You know, doing full investigations, you know, like, as if, you know, and yeah, I'm not filing out that children are not, you know, abused at home or in circumstances where, you know, things are a bit bad at home, and sometimes, so it's hard for us to kind of, you know, outright say to you that, you know, social services are doing, so, because when we say that they're doing too much, right, then, you know, and then when something happens where it's on the other side and we're like, oh, they didn't do enough. Do you get where I'm coming from? But, you know, some things are just literally blatant and outright for how they are, what they're doing. Do you get where I'm coming from, Ranja?
No, 100%. I mean, you know, I think it's Gwen just said it as well there. Look, they have an agenda. They're not even our government. They're a private corporate company. They have targets to maintain. They need children to survive. Our property, our blood, they need to steal. This is part of a bigger agenda eventually when you go into higher, is to reduce the population, to get rid of children. I mean, here's the stats for everybody. On average, we are now, I mean, if you went back 2.5 years ago, I would have told you, we lose on an average of 8 million children a year that disappear. But now that number is no longer 8 million, now it's touching 9 million. This is not stopping. They don't want to stop. They just want to keep stealing children. They just want to keep passing it on. This is why earlier on I mentioned about Jimmy Savile, 500 of somebody's babies. Somebody's sons and daughters he had his dirty way with. Then I'll mention in other places again and again. Why? Because we don't know what's going to wake them up. It's a case of how many sticks of dynamite do I need to stick between them, or what kind of words I need to use. Long as we wake them up. You know what I mean? Because
But you know what it is, though, because you know what it is as well, Randy. Another thing is that because, you know, the times of social media that we're living in now, right? Everything is so fast paced, right? And that what it is people haven't got people have only got a short attention span, right? So when we're on like a platform like TikTok, Instagram, we're just flicking through something. So for example, if I flick through something and somebody shows me a stat and a fact about Jimmy Savile or some kind of, you know, child, you know, abuse going on somewhere, we're gonna read it for like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, right? Give it a like or a follow or a share, or maybe even not, and just scroll past within 10 to 15 seconds. So it's not bedding into us, you know, unless we open our eyes and actually watch documentaries. And not even just about forget watching documentaries. It's happening live in the world.
No, I agree with you. So there's a couple of loads of things that are actually in plan already, particularly to get the public together. So it's like petitions as well. We're going to start hosting that. So we can get one petition made. Let's say, for example, social services all have got to have body cameras. So one person comes with the idea, and you'll get 100 of them making petitions. They're reducing the volume of themselves. What they should be doing is making one petition and everybody sign it, and we just pass the bills as we like. This is what needs to be happening with the petitions.
Can I just quickly say, I'm going to jump down, but nice to meet you. I don't know what your name is, Cax.
Yeah, Cax. You too.
I just want to quickly say that history has shown that institutions can fail children, and the grooming scandals expose serious failings by agencies that's supposed to protect the vulnerable. My belief is that no organisation, whether it's social services, the police, or any public authority, should ever be beyond scrutiny or accountability. The focus must always be on the safety of children and listening to survivors. Because silence protects the systems, transparency protects children. We owe it to survivors to ask difficult questions, follow the evidence, wherever it leads, and make sure institutional failures are never repeated. Because I've spent the last year learning about trauma, psychology, and consciousness, and one thing I've realised is that healing starts when people are finally heard. Whatever our background or beliefs are, we should always be able to question power without being afraid, because accountability is not an attack, it's a safeguard. And on that note, keep up the good work, Rangi. Love you. And my mum's taking me out for the day tomorrow, and I don't see much of my mum. But yeah, love and light to everyone here.
Take care, Deb.
Thank you very much for joining us. You know,
Take care, Deb. Speak soon.
I just want to add one thing with what Debbie just mentioned. You know, when we're talking about accountability and taking responsibility, look, we the public pushed for a public inquiry. Why didn't they not give us it? Because it exposes everybody on the top. Everybody's involved, people in positions of power. Now, I'm not going to give it away. There is a story that I'll be releasing, a documentary that we're putting together with evidence, fact findings that we are going to release. And whether people like it or not, they better get ready for it. And this is, people might think this is heavy. Well, no, this is only seems heavy, but now we're going to present you the evidence as well. I keep saying that if anybody wants any clarity, wants some evidence, just come forward. It's only due to safeguarding and child protection I'm limited what I can say or show on public media. Because I've still got to take responsibility. I've still got to protect the children or the victims in the firing line. And over the last 28 months, my gosh, I've seen so many predators out in the public claiming themselves that they're there for safeguarding, they're there for child protection, and they're completely hunting victims of child sexual abuse, victims of social services scandal, because they're working for the social workers. So this corruption, they just seem to make a deeper and deeper problem for themselves because we're just bringing it all out. We're just going to have all the evidence. We're just going to release all of it. What are they going to do? Which means it will affect a lot of people who are in that network. And it's their own fault. They all know about it. Children, they all know about children reaching out to them and they haven't done nothing about it. So when we're talking about these are crimes, neglecting a child is a crime, emotional abuse is a crime, and so on, well, that means also on them. That doesn't mean they've got exemption notices. And I don't tolerate that nonsense where, oh, no, because I'm a social worker. I couldn't give a damn. This is why I say it doesn't matter what color, creed, religion, title. Look at me. I mean, I'm an Englishman, happen to have a tan, heritage is from Pakistan, and they say I'm an Asian. However, why does that change it? That doesn't change anything. Because I personally don't know anybody from all them backgrounds, even happen to be a Muslim. Nobody actually goes along with this nonsense. The only people that go along with this nonsense are the wrong ones. And we find black sheep in all communities. And we're against all of them.
Absolutely, 100%. 100%.
So this is about unity. It's about bringing people together, talking about the topics that need to be talked about. I see so many other TikTokers, they'll have a little billboard up there, something's happened, and they'll just talk about that. But what happens every single day of the week, rape's happening, but nobody wants to talk about it. They'll only talk about the entertainment afterwards. What's your thoughts? What do you mean, what's your thoughts? Are you going to stop this, or are you just going to keep thinking, oh, let's see whose daughter goes next, whose son goes next?
Yeah, but so Randy, look, like, I've got the hopes, I've got, the thing, but it's like, do you not make you think sometimes, though, like, right, that look how hard it is to bring these people to justice, because look now, for example, look at these Epstein files, that stuff that's gone on, right? Look in America, they've got the president of America right now, Donald Trump. Look how many charges he can be under, right? And look what he's done with regards to children and underage, men, women, girls and boys or whatever, right? But look, these people are still not held accountable. They're still not held accountable, Ranja. Do you know what I mean? And like, what is it going to take? How much more is it going to take? Like you said, like, instead of later on questioning, what's your thoughts, this, that, and the other, when's it going to stop? When's the change going to actually happen? Do you know what I mean? Like, Ranja? Like, what more is it going to take? How many more children or vulnerable people, whether it be adults or young people or children or just generally overall the vulnerability of people, right? When's it going to be a time where it's going to change? Do you know what I mean?
See, now look, I think the answer we get from the East, like Russia speaking about it, the whole of the West is actually run by a bunch of pedophiles. They've all been kiddie fiddling. They're all on the list. Even Nigel Farage is in the Epstein files. They all know about it, but nobody wants to tackle them because why? And this is where I'm going to say it very clearly. How have we now as a nation started to be scared of paedophile rings or corruption or grooming gangs? For the love of God, We have morals. We have standards. This is England. I mean, I'll say it again. England, once upon a time, we used to hear, just a hearsay, and we hear about a child being mistreated or a vulnerable person being abused across the ocean on another continent, for example, and we would all rise up in England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland as one. We would not even think about
Yeah,
what
yeah,
color.
yeah.
And yet today, our whole nation is burning. All these crimes are happening in the country, and we're not standing up. What is actually happening?
It's because
And
we're
this is
divided.
where,
It's again, like I said, they've divided us, isn't it, Ranja? That's what it is, isn't it? They've divided us.
well, they have, but we are uniting wide. It's everywhere now, and I'm grateful to God Almighty, and I'm grateful for everybody. And how I diffuse things, for example, openly now, I tell everybody the truth. Look, I'm only saying this because I've witnessed it. I've travelled the country. I've travelled Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England. You can't tell me any different. So, for example, when people say about the English community or the white Caucasian brothers and sisters, I could testify and I could tell you 95% of them are standing exactly with me, with
Yeah,
every
yeah.
one of us. You understand? Same with all the minorities, everybody as a population, 95% of them are actually on the same level.
Level.
The issue is a lot of them are sheep, so they need to be led. And I'm looking for more warriors, more people who could speak, who could actually do the work. Look, for example, I've got Gwen, she does a lot of work in Wales. And this is what we need. The more people that can speak, they are going to be tomorrow's leaders of our nation. You understand? And Gwen, you wouldn't mute yourself. Did you want to add something on there, sis?
Yeah, just going back to the uniting bit, right? So 7 years ago, I started campaigning against this RSE, right? And for the first 5 years, it was like everything we was, everything we was trying to make awareness of, it was all falling on
First
deaf
5 years
ears.
was what?
The first 5 years, it was like everything
Come
we was
back.
trying to raise. Is that better?
You're back. You've got to first 5 years. You muted yourself. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Right. Is that better now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect.
So the first 5 years, right? Everything, all the documents, everything, all the receipts we had to back everything that was going on in the education system. Nobody was listening to it. It was like it was all falling on deaf ears, right? But honestly, the past 2 years, and in particular the past 6 months, right? Every single day, I have on average 50 messages emailed a day, on average. So when it comes to, it's like what Deb said, nobody believes it. Nobody, all right, maybe they're listening to it, but they're not hearing it until it actually happens to them. But it's now happening to them. It's now happening to their children. Their children are now either victims or the abuser of child-on-child SA, because that's what's happening.
I agree with you, but this is where I think people also start to understand, are they really going to wait until something goes wrong with their own little baby boys and girls, the little princes and princesses? And I think people are starting to wake up to that. And the issue we have, because we have a tyrant of a government, dictatorship, people are worried that if I speak up, they'll target my children. So I'll give you an example of even social workers. I've seen social workers who have blown the whistle, and then they've been sacked, removed, or sent on the sick. And then they continue to speak up. And the more they continue to speak up, eventually the same organization will steal their children or their grandchildren as a desperate attempt. Because all of our vulnerability is our babies.
It's not even just a desperate attempt, Ranja. Is in a way, if you ask me, is as a ransom that if you don't do what, basically, if you carry on speaking out, this is what's going to happen, or, we are going to do that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, this is the thing, you see. I mean, look, I even speak about who is actually, we'll talk about our country being hijacked. Who is it being hijacked? It is being hijacked. Who is being hijacked? It's being hijacked.
By the...
No, I'll give you the answer to this. So people who are listening in, when you're talking about immigrations coming in, there's 3 flags when the Tommy Robinson group. So now you're going to learn and you can witness with your own eye who's hijacking your land. One is the British colonist flag, the red, white, and blue. Then you have the white flag with the red cross, which is England. Love it. And then you have a third flag. Who's that third flag?
Yeah.
They are the funders of the apartheid states. They are the ones that are hijacking. We already have lost nearly 30% of our parliament to the Zionist regime. So you know exactly who's actually
Look at
taking over the
America.
country.
America's nearly 100% bloody run by them, basically. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, and it's not about the Jewish community, Ranja, to make it clarified. I know it's not about the Jewish community. It's the certain kind of group of people, and they come from all walks of life. You know, they're just evil people in it. That's all I've got to say. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. And this is why it's our responsibility to stand for what's right. You understand? And bring the community together, because in reality, we all used to live side by side for thousands of years.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Never been an issue.
Yeah.
But this is part of the Albert Pike letter, the start of Zionism. And if anybody wants that document, that letter from Albert Pike, which was in the mid 1800s, saying about they need to create 3 world wars. And then for the last one, they need to have Muslims and the Christians to fight with each other. Why? Because they are the ones that are controlling everything. And we are not going to fight, because we all are a little bit more sensible and
100%.
also living together.
Yeah.
So
And
this is
like I
where
said,
we
above all, Ranja, is humanity, isn't it? It's down to humanity, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, that comes to the forefront, isn't it? That's the number one pinnacle point of it, isn't it? Humanity. And if you're a human, if you've got any humanity inside you, you will know what injustice is going on, and you'll speak up about it, and you'll be against injustice regardless of who you are. It's weird because, you know, I've repeated it a few times, and so have you so many times, regardless of your race, religion, your ethnicity, because it's crazy now, right, that nowadays, in the day and age that we're living in, Ranja, that we have to make it clear and let people know that certain things that you do and you say, it's nothing to do with the person's religion or ethnicity or background or religion. Do you know what I mean? You have to make it clear, and it's sad because why can't we take people and each other as face value, because not based upon what your skin color is or what your ethnicity is? Do you know what I mean? The times have become so like tense. It's like we're all in a massive kettle, and the kettle is just boiling. Do you get where I'm coming from, Ranja?
You know, you mentioned about the kettle. What in reality is happening to everybody, and this is why it's so important to wake up. I'm going to give you a live example or scenario, which will be, how do you boil a frog? Well, you can't have a pan with hot water in it and put the frog in it, because it'll just jump out. So what you do is you get the pan with cold water, you put the frog in it. Then you put it on the fire and it'll just relax. Then you light the gas up, and then slowly you put the temperature up, and the frog will slowly adapt to it, and it'll come to a point, it'll just get boiled. And right now, that is exactly the system, how they operated, is what they're doing to the whole nation, actually to the whole of the West. And the part that you mentioned about humanity, it is about humanity. There's only one race on the planet, you understand?
Human race,
But within that race, the war is between good against evil.
Absolutely.
There's far too many good people, and this is what the COVID was all about, to start taking a lot of people out. Okay, we've already lost over 100 million people who took the vaccine, and we're still going along with that BS. And this propaganda in England, for example, like BBC News, because the same people own it. ITV News, same thing. Sky News, same thing. CNN, same thing. It's all run by the same individual organizations and part of the Zionists. And this is what the Zionists is all about. It's about destroying homes, destroying lives, stealing children. And somebody mentioned the word devil. They're worshiping the devil.
It's crazy, Ranja. It's crazy, Ranja. It kind of goes into it a little bit, but it's a bit off topic as well. But it's about the Zionists, right? So, you know, there's a Zionist high-ranking general or like whatever lieutenant in the army, right? He's he's got a dual nationality. He's an American. He was born American, right? But he's Israeli, right? And he's got an Israeli nationality as well. He's a high-ranking officer, right? Anyway, I was going down the rabbit hole with this guy a little bit, right, Ranja? And the crazy thing, Ranja, what I discovered was, and you can even search it up, right? He's got a charity based in the UK. And you know what it's called? It's called the Friends of the City of David, right? And what happens with that, right? He's got a charity based in the UK. So, and you know, they collect, obviously, they collect donations, right? This money is then sent to Israel to fund excavations, right, in the West Bank area, right? So what they do is they excavate under, you know, Palestinian people's homes in the West Bank, and then they eventually say, look, you know, we're doing this for excavation purposes. Now you have to leave this property or go from here or whatever it is, right? And what the even crazier thing was, right, Ranja, we, the taxpayer in the UK, we fund some of this, you know how? Because you know, what's it called now? The charity thing that, you know, for every pound that you give, right, 25p goes to the charity. It's a big it's the UK. What's it called now, man?
It's a profit organization. Majority of these charities were designed to take money.
Yeah,
including the Red Cross.
Yeah, no, but I can't remember which one it is. Anyway, right, it's a UK based one, right? And the crazy thing is, right, like I said, from the HMRC, for which is the taxpayers' money, right? 25p for every pound that somebody else donates or whoever donates, right? 25p of the taxpayers' money goes into that, and we are subscribed into these things without us even knowing. So basically, I'm going about my normal daily work business. I'm working hard, 10, 12, 13 hours a day. Nowadays, people are having to work bloody double shifts, 3 jobs in a house to keep themselves afloat, right? And some of our taxpayers' money is going to fund things like that, where it could be going to our local schools. We have to, until this day, have debates in Parliament whether kids should get free school meals or not, Ranja. And we're meant to be living in a first world country. We're meant to be the first world, we're meant to be leading examples. We call other countries third world and backwards and dictatorships. It's crazy. If you think about it, Ranja, do you know what I mean?
Well, it's worse than that. Right now, we're actually in the parliament debating why you're trying to legalize sex at early ages, why you allowed pedophilia ideas and taught to our children. I mean, what kind of society have we become into when we're going to debate this? Remember, debate means we're just talking about it. They still allow it to happen. They still continue to allow it to happen. They don't care. They don't stop it. Look, this is why, I mean, when people started saying about national inquiry, I do believe that national inquiry should happen. And really, we shouldn't be asking for it. We should be demanding it. They work for us. We don't work for them. When did we literally now come to a situation where they were put in a position that we put to serve us, to help us, to support us, to us now serving them?
Yeah.
The whole system has gone upside down, literally. Kat, stay there. Don't go anywhere. I've got somebody in. Axel, is it?
No, I'm here. I'm just going. I'm just gonna go find the link for that thing. I think somebody was asking for the link regarding that the charity or whatever it was. But I'm here anyway. I'm listening up.
Okay.
Oh,
just
no. Hang on. Can I just emphasize on, because you just said, 1 minute. So the link that I have just put in Cax, right, is the WHO document regarding this, the RSE education in schools that have signed up for this.
Okay. Oh, is that what you were saying? All right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So
okay.
If you go and look at that document, right, you go and look at there's safeguarding issues throughout, right?
Yeah.
But specifically go to page 40, right?
Right.
Into the matrix section and look at the information fed into a child from 0 to 4 years of age. Okay.
Okay. I will do. Thanks, Gwen. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, just give me 1 second. If you just mute yourselves, Axel. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Firstly, Axel, thank you very much for joining us. Did you have a question or a comment relating to the topic that we're in hand?
Yep. I would like to share a fact.
Share a fact. Which topic? Social services.
That's just history fact.
Okay, as long as it's relating to the topic,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
So basically, during Roman Empire era, do you know that it was that bad that the Roman Empire had to expel the Israelites and Jews because they were sacrificing their own children? It was that bad. They were sacrificing their own children. And another fact, the Jews, they use colored people, whether it's black, Muslim, Sikh, just to create a war against white people. Like, you see that Jews, they don't even class themselves as white. They call us goyim, cattle, everything, you know? Yeah, that's it.
No, I agree with you with that. And this
That's
is
all.
where
That's all. That's my only statement. Thank
no,
you.
no. Thank you very much. So look, you know what you
You're
gotta
welcome.
ask yourselves, everybody, is
And free
these
Palestine. Free
these
Palestine.
people, yeah, no, absolutely. These people have been kicked out of over 106 countries. So imagine if you're your child or a child has been kicked out of one school, then another, and then 106 schools. Do you think the problem is the schools, or do you think the problem is with the person? Okay. So
Hey.
this is how it is, and I want to bring back something very simple. So when we talk about religion, I'm gonna give you a simple thought to understand. When we talk about Judaism, Christianity, and for example Islam, we're talking about the Torah, the revelation God Almighty gave Moses, peace be upon him. We're talking about the Zabur, the revelation God Almighty gave King David, Dawud al-Islam. We're talking about the Injil, the revelation God Almighty gave Jesus Christ, Yeshua Islam. And we're talking about the Quran, the revelation God Almighty gave Muhammad, peace be upon him. Nowhere I ever heard of a book called the Talmud. Okay, so I'm going to read something again just to help the public, because we need to come together, because 100% right, like the brother mentioned, we are all targeted. They want us all gone. So this is particularly for the Christians or the white Caucasian community who are confused in the whole process. In the book of Talmud, especially if you believe in Jesus Christ, in the Talmud, in the book of Gittins 57a, they say in their book, Jesus is in hell being boiled in a pot of feces, in other words, pot of shit. This is what they think and believe in the mightiest messenger of God Almighty. And I take that passionately because I love and respect Jesus, peace be upon him. I'll give you another two quotations, that's it. The book of Sabbath, 116 says, 116a, Jews must destroy the book of the Christians. And the last one, the book of Yalkut 245c, extermination of the Christians is a necessary sacrifice. These people are wiping you out. And let me tell you something where a Muslim stands. If people actually really understood and woke up to reality, well, you're going to wake up to reality whether you like it right now, because you're going to get it. Now, where does we stand, for example, the Muslims? Why are they trying to cause this divide? So I'm going to read the last letter of Muhammad, peace be upon him, and so you could judge and understand yourself why. And before I read it, just to help you to understand, anybody who claims himself as a Muslim, we can't be a Muslim if we don't believe in Jesus Christ, in his miraculous birth, and the miracles that he did, by God Almighty's permission, give the life back to the dead, by God Almighty's permission, and so on. Okay? And every Muslim today is waiting for who?
The Messiah, Isa alayhi salam, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Absolutely. So don't bring anybody on yet, unless it's I just want to read this off first, just quickly. So this is a letter found in the monastery of the Sinai Peninsula. In this letter, dated 620, the seal of the Prophet preserved, in which the certificate documented the letter was as follows. And this is the letter. This is a letter from Muhammad, son of Abdullah, in which we undertake an obligation to Christians that we will protect them whether they are near or far. Christians are our subjects. No one is allowed to destroy their places of worship. No one should force them to leave their places, force them to fight. Moreover, Muslims are obliged to fight in their defense of them. If a Muslim decides to marry a Christian, then their marriage will not be valid without her consent. And let her Muslim husband not forbid her to attend churches for prayers. Churches should be revered. No one has the right to participate in their destruction. It is not permissible for any member of the Islamic Ummah to break this agreement until the day of judgment. So I'm sat here, and I'm fighting for every Christian today. You know, when people talk about the churches are shutting down, Well, I'm with you. I'm asking you why you were letting the churches shut down.
So Ranja, yeah, it's sad because go on, Ranja. Sorry,
Just one second, guys.
Go on,
Sorry,
Ranja.
one second. So, you know, this is something very, very serious. Now, some of the rhetoric that I hear is when people say, oh, no, the Muslims are buying the churches and they're making it into a mosque. Well, hang on. Let me be very frank. You know, when Muslims actually do this, you should be happy. I'll explain to you why. That is a house of God that has been abandoned. So when they take over it, they're making it back into God's home. Or would you prefer somebody making it into a brothel? You know, this is holy ground. And more importantly, I'm encouraging the Christians. Let's stand together and bring life back to the Christian world back in England. We talk about this is a Christian land. Look around you. What is left about Christianity in this land? The same people are destroying this land. And we are all coming together to fight for each other, support each other. And children, when they're raped, you think it's just one particular group? We have Pakistanis. Look, for example, I'm breaking silence myself. And right now, there's so many victims of child sexual abuse of the minorities that just gets covered up. Every single one of our children is important. It's our responsibility to do what's right. And just me now saying that should help people to understand how can they be the enemy? And then you realize who the real enemy is. The ones that believe all of us are Goyim. The one that in their religion tells you that we 1,000 slaves for each one of those. This is shocking beyond belief. And also in this scripture, it's okay to get to a child at 3 years old. And you're talking about what with the propaganda? Everybody who's part of that propaganda, you're part of the problem. Try to have a critical thinking. Try to understand. Think about, look, forget about anything. Just think about this for a second. How would you feel if somebody messed about with your own little baby boys or girls? Your own sons and daughters? Let's just stick to the females for a second. Your daughter, your sister, your wife, your mother, your grandmother. How do you feel? And if your blood boils and you think you'll never accept that, then we're on the same side. Don't be looking at the colour of my skin. Colour of my skin doesn't make no difference. And right here, we have all different backgrounds, all different religions, and we are like sisters and brothers. And this is what they're scared of. Because if we all come together, game over for them. I hope that helps people.
100%, man, Ranja, 100%. You know, I was just gonna. I'd let someone speak. Whoever's come on now. Is it Caroline?
No, what I'm going to do is, Angvai Caroline, there was Alex, he jumped in earlier on. I was about to ask him and then he dropped. I just accepted his request again. He hasn't. I want to remind everybody we are on for another half an hour. Kak, I'd rather you stay this time for the half an hour because I'd like everybody to final statements. If anybody has a question or a comment, feel free to ask. You know what I mean? Because the whole purpose of this is to wake the public up and unite. I'm not bothered about what colour, what creed, what religion, what title. All of our children are important to me, to all of us. 100%. And we need to come together and stand. We did have somebody in there again. I don't know what's happened. They've gone, but it's not a problem. But look, I tell you what, I'll start with the top actually. Gwen, did you want to add on anything to the little about uniting, about the religion, about children? Because it's all about unity. It doesn't matter which way you hook it and crook it, we'll end up coming back to children. We need to stop that. Go on, Gwen.
Yeah, so like I said, 7 years is a long time to try and unite someone, even in my own town. It's not happened. But that's the only way we're gonna do it, Rangi. You know, we've got to get some groups together in the communities. You know, don't give up, keep going. Don't sign nothing by any from any authority. And just safeguard all children, even if they're not your own.
No, absolutely. I totally agree with you. And going back to that sister of ours that came on earlier on, what am I doing? I'm still doing it. Well, I'm never going to stop, because this is what public awareness is, and this is lifetime public awareness. This is not one of the TikTok shows that once upon a time. We're telling you what is happening. We're telling you what's happened in the past, what's happening today, and what is going to continue to happen, which involves pedophile rings, corruption with the authorities, and grooming gangs. And that brings you all of them. Everybody's involved because they're not dealing with it. And until the police don't sort themselves out and deal with the corruption, I mean, Christ, I think Gwen even knows the amount of lists that are coming out against the police is just unbelievable. And we will be releasing all this, by the way. You know what I mean? And this is where we need to start coming together. And the people that actually are supporting the narratives and the propaganda, they are. Well, firstly, they're confused. If they don't revert to the light, they are part of the problem. And I'll be very honest with you, whether they like it or not, they will be held accountable for sitting aside, watching their sons and daughters in the community burning, homes destroyed, again and again and again. You will be held accountable yourself. Don't think that you're going to get away with it. Okay?
Can I just say one more thing? I've just posted the WHO document again in the chat. If you copy and paste it into your search engine, deleting the first two words WHO document, and read page 40. Just read page 40.
I'm gonna now, once we get off the live, I'm gonna have a look into it.
Yeah,
Even every time, like sometimes when you get in contact with somebody and you speak to somebody, you always pick up on new things, and when you just start going down rabbit holes, it opens your eyes up even more and more, and like it doesn't get any better. It just gets more and more worse, more shocking, more revealing of what they're like and what they do and what the system is built of. It's just mind-boggling, honestly. It's just crazy, but. Besides the point, even if it's so disturbing, even if you can't even bloody get sleep at night, it's important for us to know that it's what's going on. Do you know what I mean? And
look, the bit that I'm gonna add is how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna be very straight. The rabbit hole goes deep, but what I want people to do is focus on the layman language right now. The bottom floor. See, everything I'm talking about, and Gwen and everybody that's coming together, this is happening on the ground floor where it all starts.
Yeah.
If you understand this, then we do have private meetings where we could go deeper. And let me assure you, it does go deeper. But then it's easier for me to tell you, but it's no point me going deeper that will scare the shit out of you, make you go pale and faint.
Yeah.
If you don't understand the simple. I think Gwen understands that. Gwen?
Yeah, Rangi, I agree with you. When some people, are not strong enough to accept what's going on, right? But it can't be sugar-coated no more.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, as much as disturbing it is, we
One sec, just let Gwen finish.
Sorry,
first,
Gwen.
No, that's all right, because it's the initial shock, right? That will, probably wake the majority up to what is in the system. The 7 years. So like I said, and I keep saying it because in the beginning when I was first introduced to this, right? So it was in December 2020. I mean, I'm very sleep deprived because my son, we average 3 hours sleep daily, right? So my body was used to that, but the information that I was taking in. And everything to do with this, I actually collapsed December 2020. My body was basically telling me to behave, cut it out, sort of thing. Which and I completely understand, but it's been the information's been out there long enough now. You just got to take the plaster off and just say it as it is.
No, absolutely. So I'm just gonna add one little thing before I go to the next guest. Look, I've been going through this personally myself for 16 years. And I've never stopped. Why? Because I can't stop. Why? because if I stop, it means that I'm allowing these people to continue raping, continue stealing children, liars, criminals, storytellers. And I'm going to be held accountable for my action. But there is a massive shift that I think even Gwen will agree. The world is waking up. There's a global unity coming in force. You see other countries like Bulgaria, Romania, Italy, where the public is going against everybody, stopping everything, shutting the whole system down. If they could do it, so can we. Okay. But if we don't fight back and don't keep doing what we're doing, what chance have we got? Because people will never really know. Okay. I just wanted to add that on. Shan, the new person, Shan, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello, guys.
Hi, Shan. Sister, thank
I'm
you
in the
very much
United
for
States. I want to
firstly.
tell you guys a little bit about what's going on.
I was just going to say, I was going to welcome you in actually. So,
I'm
Shan,
here.
thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. Thank you very much for joining us. I was going to say, is it a question or a comment? But I believe it's a comment. Please feel free. Shan?
I actually have a question and a comment. I'm in the United States. Are you guys in the United States?
We know a lot about United States and you have our full support. That's for sure. Because it's the same problem you have
Okay,
that
so
we have.
I want to tell you guys we have a big, yes, 500,000 children a year, guys.
Yeah. It's actually more than 500,000. I've been looking at the stats. It's just that we only get told what they want to show us, but it's a lot more than 500,000. But there is a big problem. But Shan, please feel free. Go ahead, sis. Shan?
I'm sure it's more than 500,000. I'm
Yeah.
just curious. Do you guys know how they're doing it and carrying it out in the U.S.?
Yeah, it's the same as what they're doing here.
In our
A lot of
country,
it.
basically, they have.
Sister, please go ahead.
In the United States, they sent the attorneys to go ask for more money in DC, and they got the attorneys to get more money to fund the state's agencies, CPS, Child Protective Services, and then the attorneys went back into the states and were used to protect the agency who they sent out as the kidnappers, CPS, Child Protective Services, and they went and took all the children in the state, and then they would have the attorneys protect them,
Yeah, my
defend the
sister.
kidnappers who work for the
Yeah,
agencies.
no, I totally agree with you, my sister, 100%. But your problem is the same as ours, so I'll let everybody know what your problem is over there. Your country has been hijacked. It's been controlled by foreign entities who are controlling your whole system. This has been going on since, God bless him, JFK. Once they got rid of him, everything has gone backwards. Your whole, we have a parliament, your, what's it called in your place? Your lobbies that you have is controlled by a foreign lobby, as you're aware. And that's where the problem is. And I do know that American people are paying the price right now. And I'm urging the same thing for Americans as well, that they need to come together, put the differences aside, regardless of the color, creed, religion, title, everything. I do a lot of posts even to do with America because we need to get the word out. So you have our full support, my sister. I just want you to know that. Let the people know that we are aware what's going on over there. We are releasing information for United States over here, and we're going to continue to support you. Okay? Because it feels like we're all isolated, but we're not. The world is connected. You okay? Does that help you, my sister? Congress, that's right. Congress is the
For
Congress is
sure.
controlled.
The biggest concern,
Shan,
yes,
you keep stopping. Please go ahead.
It seems like all of us share the same concern. Our only biggest concern is the children across all the nations. And that's really what it should be about. And the problem that we're all facing is this is happening in all of our nations. And it's the same people who are in these rings. And we know how they're doing this.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's the system itself is designed like that. So, for example, you have a president right now that's in the Epstein files, yet nobody's doing anything about it. He should have been kicked out as soon as it was acknowledged that he was in the Epstein files. Should have been investigated, but nobody is taking responsibility because the Congress is controlled by foreign national entities, which is a similar what's been happening in Europe as well. Part of the Zionist regime, and it's all going to come to an end. But more importantly, how it's going to come to an end is people coming together. I do a lot of work with people in Canada, America as well. We're going to keep pushing that because everybody needs to unite. And those who can speak, I want to remind everybody, you know, you have to speak up. You've got to support the cause. Because there are not millions, there's billions of people who are literally in the firing line today. And if we don't speak up, who are they listening to? The propaganda, back to the same thing. And grateful, I'm glad we have actually got public media today. The news side of it, it's all finishing. Nobody trusts the BBC News, ITV News, Sky News, because it's all propaganda. It's all the BS that what they want to show us, how they want to indoctrinate us, lie, cheat, deceive. And who's paying the price for it? All of our children, our sons and daughters. And if we don't stand up today and start fighting back and showing what it looks like to fight back and speak up for the vulnerability or the vulnerable, our children and our grandchildren won't know how to fight back. So please pay attention and take a note of that. Sis, Shan, you just stand by. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add, Shan?
Yes,
Shan,
I have advice for everyone. So when you find out, yes, I have advice for everyone. So when you find out there's a crime going on with any type of child, you try to document everything you can. In addition to that, write notices. I send out notices to everyone, the judge, the county executive, the mayor, the sheriff. This is what you want to do. You put them on notice, because if you don't send written notice, they'll try to claim plausible deniability. But once everybody has been put on notice, what you'll see is a lot of people will suddenly retire because they won't do anything. They'll just retire and disappear. And then they'll bring in a new round of people, but you start noticing them too.
No, you're right, because that's what the parliament and that's what your Congress is all about. Every 4 years, they'll just change everybody. So you can't hold anybody responsible. And that, well said, I'm glad. I hope people paying attention to that. Get the notices out, start putting them at that position, entrap them, because that's what they're doing to us in general. And if they've got to take responsibility, they're only going to take it if we do something about it. Shan, if you just give me a second, let me just go to Law. Law, young man, thank you very much for joining me. Did you have anything that you might want to add?
Yeah, all I'd add is that it's all connected. Let's say it's an elite thing that I think I mentioned it on here. It's something to do with a couple of, let's say, to do with Wi-Fi, a drone and Chrome. And the fact that so many children are being taken into from countries. One is famously a question: is it real? And also, is it a fact that the people that have been abused and everything else? It's all kept hush hush. This is not just in the UK. This is happening around the world. And then same again: is this drone and Chrome? Is it kind of, let's say, representing something like what you'd call heroin? So once you've had this, like, let's say, Celine Dion, that's just apparently, she passed now, apparently, that she actually come out of it, that's what she was on. She was on it to make her better. Just follow you know.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. I just want to add one thing here. The place that you're calling, is it real? I'm going to say it faster. Israel. So this place here is actually trying to pass a bill right now to legalize pedophilia where they are. So you know where the problem is. So, you know, in general, when these predators get caught, like in New York, that they did get caught, the sanctuary was to flee there. Okay. That's the hub center of pedophile on this land. Okay. And they're the ones that are controlling the Congress. They're the ones that are over here as well. They might not like us, but I don't really care if they like me or not, because the reality is I can't stand kiddie fiddlers. I can't stand the pedophiles, the grooming gangs. And if they've got an issue with it, they could take a long walk over the shop here. But thank you very much for that. Peace, peace, feel free. Sister, can you just unmute yourself, please? And today everybody's came up. I'll
Hi.
tell you what, I'll go to Afghan sister first. Then sorry, peace. Afghan sister first. Sister, can you hear me?
I don't. I can hear you. I don't mean to laugh, but
That's okay.
I got heads up today. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, my sister. Please go ahead.
All I do is fight those demons, and I got heads up today that I'm still going to court, but Child Protective Services is backing away because all of a sudden the mother and the baby and the father, they're not under surveillance anymore. BS. I'm not bothering to subpoena them to go to court because they're nothing but a bunch of gangsters, lying sons of a, So I got that news today. They backed down, but I'm still going to court. The only way that they'll go is if I subpoena them, and I'm not.
No, well, good. As long as you've got them a little bit on the run.
Yeah. I might be
No,
just one person, but I've got all of you guys, and I report to you guys, and I report to everybody else worldwide, and I let them know. Yeah, I'm a security breach to Canada because they're nothing but a bunch of pedophilia weirdos here in the
yeah,
government, provincial and federal.
100%. This is what the whole of the East is saying. Russia's talking about it. We're
Mm-hmm.
literally run by a bunch of pedophiles, and
Correct.
we're still not acting. This is the shameful. We're still not acting. We should be outraged over this. You
Well, we got to
understand?
get organized.
Yes.
We have
And
to
to
be
get organized,
organized.
we need sisters like yourself, brothers and sisters from all of our communities, regardless of your
Mm-hmm.
color, creed, religion, title. In every country, we
Exactly.
need to come together. You
Yeah,
know what I
we
mean?
do.
100%.
But you see, some people don't realize that what they're doing is heinous crimes. But some people don't realize that the Caucasians are doing against the Caucasians. It's not just one race. They're doing it against everybody, anybody. If it's a
Yes.
child, they don't care. So I've been slowly letting people know from different races that, you're not special, which you might be, but they're doing it to everybody, even their own. Sometimes you got to drop seeds here and there, right?
No, 100%. So one thing, I mean, I'm not going to put it in public yet, but I'm going to give you in a roundabout way. We are
I'll just
actually,
quickly.
one sec, Law.
Yeah, go on, bro.
We are coming to Canada as well. And because there's a
Thank
lot
you.
of things that we could do, we want to empower the public, give them all the access they need to fight back, because the public needs to wake up. So this is already pre-planned. It's just I've got 30
Good.
days things going on. I need to know where I'm coming or going. So hopefully we will be seeing you very shortly.
Wow.
Ahmed, sister, 1 second, stay there. Lord, what were you going to say there,
I
young
was
man?
just going to say, Afghan mightn't even know about this because I mean, some people know. Charlie, I don't know if he's a king. Charlie's mummy and daddy had 10 children go missing in Canada. I don't know if she was to know about that. Does anybody know about that?
When was that?
That was in the 60s, I believe. They was from a foster group and they took 10 children away and then they actually went away, got like never seen again. But then the point of it is
Yeah,
there's a lot of Canadians
the
that know
elders
about
were talking about it, and
it. Yeah,
it was
correct.
11, and they put
11.
something
Yeah,
in the
you got it.
Kool-Aid,
Correct.
and what the Canadian people did, they said, "Oh, if you were part of this, this foster whatever up in British Columbia, Kamloops, come forward and we'll give you money. And they offed most of them, but
Correct.
some of them, they're still
There was
alive.
one. No, there was one boy that survived, and the day before the court, the boy was found unalive. The night before the court.
Yeah. There you go.
Right, if I could quickly go to Peace there. Peace, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Sister, firstly, thank you very much again for joining us. Did you have a question or a comment, sister?
No, I've just left some messages in on the hello everybody. I see some names that was in some other ones earlier on. It's good to see the movement forward, but we do need to. There's something going on at Runnymede. Everybody could come down there and join in with that. The more people there are of us together, and we will
Perfect.
put a stop to it.
17th of August.
To the 20th. I put in the comments now.
I'm hoping we can. I'm hoping we can get a website where we can put these people up, guys. Social workers, judges, everyone who's involved in this crap. So everyone can go there and look and see their face and know what cases they're working, how many kids they had taken away, where these kids are at. We need some actual tracking on these people.
Exactly.
Well, Shan, one thing I'm going to tell you, this is, I just didn't want to say it fully openly, but when we get to America, you're going to have your own platform. You're going to have your own news desk as well. Because what we're doing is we're taking LCS news to every country now. So you'll have your own news desk, your own platform, and you're going to be able to do everything. Long as we have evidence and fact checks and fact findings, we're going to make sure we put them on billboards. We're not going to be holding back on everybody. So anybody who's involved in pedophile, grooming, stealing children from CPS or social services, or they call it the trust in Ireland, it doesn't make no difference. There's going to be nowhere to run or hide. It needs to be out. And look, the reason why we have to do this, because this is a matter of public interest. It's a matter of public safety. How can we just conceal information to do with these predators and allow them to roam around? They could be around your home tomorrow. They could be living next door to you. You don't even know. You know, and this is very, very concerning. Gwen, my sister, can I get you back on for a second? Because I think it seems like we might be running over because people are heated up, which I don't mind. I was going to just go and quickly make another cuppa. If you could just take over and just give the opportunity to whoever one by one, if you don't mind. Please forgive me, everybody. I'm just going to lubricate my throat.
I got
What are we
misinterpreted.
saying,
then.
Lo? Go on,
I
Lo.
got misinterpreted then. I thought he said, I'm just going to get a copper done. But sorry, a cup of tea. Not a copper.
Cup of
All right, then,
coffee. He needs one too. I'm sorry I haven't been very active. I'll tell you what I've been doing the last 3 days. I bumped into an old man. He must have been 80 at the gas station, and he was wobbling around with a cane. And he said, "Is that your dog?" I said, "Yeah." I said, I've got 10 of them. He said, "Oh, my dog was killed." I went, "What?" So I have a dog here that's 180 pounds, and I basically gave the dog to him, and I've been back and forth training the dog. He told me the RCMP went to his home, and 3 of them roughed him up. 80 years old. And they unalived his dog. So I gave him a big one, and they must have his house tapped or something, because I said you need to get the camera footage from the mall. And then yesterday they showed up, and his eyes popped out of his head, he said, when he seen the dog, because the dog's 180 pounds. And the cop's like, "Yeah, I didn't know you had a dog." And he said, "You already knew I had a dog." And he named the dog that they unalived. And he said, "Yeah, that's a big dog." They've got, I don't know why they're bothering this guy. He's just 80 years old. He doesn't do anything illegal. He sits home and he smokes his weed. But anyways, he's got a big dog, and it's scaring him. And I think every family needs a dog. But the SPCA and the dog catchers are all involved too.
When you said he does a bit of weed, is that in a country called Canada? Because it's
Yeah,
legal.
Can-
I know
yeah,
that.
yeah. He's 80 and he's just living his life. I don't know why they're torturing him. You know, I was over there mowing the lawn today and just cleaning around a little bit. But I mean, they're bothering everybody. You know, the elders. You
You
got
need
to
to
pick on the
understand these are
elders.
gangs.
They're gangsters.
Yeah.
They showed up here 2.5 months before my son turned 19, bothering me, wanting me to sign my child over.
Wow. What, a 19?
Uh,
18?
2 to 3 months before he turned 19, they wanted me to sign him over. I'm like, you people are. But I'm going to court, and when I go to court again, because I was in court last week, I went to court about 2 tickets because I do healing circles, and I specifically went to 3 different government agencies last year asking them if I have any tickets or anything like that, because they came here harassing me like 30 times. And all 3 departments said, no, no, no. And I did my double clearance background check. I've been doing that for like 30 years. And I just happened to have that in my purse. And the adjudicator gave me papers that said I was guilty of this and guilty of that. And I said, really? And then I pulled all these things out and I said, listen, I'm a human rights policy officer. I said, I have double clearance background checks. What are you guys talking about? They will doctor things. They will make things up and make you look like you're crazy or you're a criminal, and you are the sweetest, kindest person in the world. They try to make you look like criminals when you're the one that that I'm fighting against them. And I have proof. This just happened, and the judge couldn't wait to get me out of the room. He's like,
Afghan, have you got any connection to the Constitutional Congress or whatever from because I know a few hundred over in Canada. They're an actual party that are actually for the people. You know what I'm saying? Constitutional Party. It's
here in Canada.
Yeah, in Canada.
I don't deal with anyone in Canada because they're so corrupt. Provincial, federal, they're all little gangster whores. I'm sorry. I deal with the Americans and everybody else, but
this is
I
for the
don't deal
people,
with
nothing to do with the government. I promise you. This is real people.
Oh,
It's over
yeah.
here more to do with what we call common law. It's
Okay.
it's completely different.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that later.
I'll just add as well, A-Bond's here. Yeah, here he is. How you doing, brother? He's got some news for us. Go on, A-Bond.
Hi, Rangi. Hi, everyone. It's busy on the live today.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like we're here a bit longer, which is fine, as long as we're doing something, because at the end of the day, we need to wake people up. But thank you very much for joining. I hope people are going to pay attention, especially this specific person is speaking up and bringing the knowledge and information to how they're sexualizing our children from birth. And I want to remind everybody, in England right now, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, we're in the school education department where they're trying to, they're not trying to, they're trying to teach our children about anal sex, and they're trying to tell them about masturbation, and also saying to them that keep things a secret. It's between them, and keeping this away from the parents. This is wrong. This is part of pedophilia. This is grooming our children. Yobon, I'm going to give you the floor, young man. Please feel free.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be quick because I'm just going to grab some food now, and I just thought I'll jump on and just give you an update on news. You spoke to me earlier on. You wanted to know if there was anybody else jumping on the live from my side in regards to the schools thing. There was a woman back last year in March, April. She approached me. Well, she called me basically. She got in touch with me, and she wanted to know the best way in regards to moving forward, because her school was going to implement the No Outsiders program, the same program that was created by Andrew Moffat in Alumrock, the Parkfield school scandal. And cutting a long story short, I explained to her how to go about things and how to get all the information and get to have a look at the materials that are going to be used under Section 34, the Children's Social Work Act. So she did that. She went into a bit of a campaign at a school. There was she She went through a very difficult time because a lot of the parents didn't really want to, go down that path. They thought it was all about equality and diversity. So now she's fighting with the parents and she's fighting with the school. The school's denying that they are sexualizing children, and the No Outsiders program and everything else they've got under the RSC curriculum is, basically. They claimed it was all age appropriate, and there was no safeguarding concerns. Anyway, this woman, total respect to her. She's from a posh area in the the Hampshire County, and she was quite well educated. I'm not sure what job she's got, but from speaking to her, she was well educated, she was well read, and she started to do her own research. She started to look at the materials, and the school had been denying that there was any safeguarding concerns. They gave her anyway. She got the information. She got the whole of the document in regards to the RSC program that they were going to be teaching, the policy. And when she looked into it, it was a 34-page policy, and in the middle of it, or it was on page 17 or 20, she found the masturbation part of it. So anyway, she then basically exposed that to the parents. A lot of the parents didn't really care. Some of the parents were on board, but the thing is, they didn't want to go through that fight. They didn't want to campaign. It's tough. It's difficult. You have to take your time out. If you're working, all this, you know how it is. Anyway, after a tough fight with the school, I think that fight went on for 2-3 months. She decided she had no choice but to start home educating. I got in touch with her today. I wanted her to come onto the live and basically speak about her experiences and go through everything she had gone through with the school, how they are teaching this filth but hiding it, which she found out through these documents, which she basically got under the Children's Social Work Act, Section 34. Now, she sent me a message of what's happening at the moment, and that message is what I wanted to read out. And are the schools sexualizing our children? Well, I'll allow the parents and the people who've tuned in, the people who are listening, to decide for themselves, are the schools sexualizing our children? So wait for it. Give me 10 seconds. I'm going to basically go into my text messages while I'm on the live, and I'm going to read this message out she sent me in regards to what's happening in the school and parents who have got in touch with her. But she has been home educating for the past 12-13 months now. Just 1 second. And she said it's the best move she's made. Just 1 second. I'm going to basically get into my messages.
So this masturbation, is this in another document?
I think so. Because there's a lot of things they're keeping behind the scenes, you see, because it's all coming out, you see. They've got to cover everything up. It's like the pedophile rings. The reason why the grooming gangs, pedophile ring, is going through the roof, because they don't want to investigate, because everything is coming out. Public are awakened, and that's not just, like I say, even here, the sisters that are here from America and Canada, same thing down there. Everything is coming out. The whole world is awakening, and they don't know what to do, and the only thing they could do is suppress us, bully us, intimidate us, and take as many kids as possible. And they're really asking for trouble. They are. We're gonna lose a lot, but they're gonna lose everything. But for me, it's worth it, because at the end of the day, how can we stay silent while our children are stolen? You can't even put a price on that, or even a thought on that. We shouldn't even be thinking about that. Our military should be the ones that are actually fighting right now. But instead, our military is fighting bogus wars, kept busy somewhere else, while their own nation is being exploited by the very same people who've got them somewhere else. What a shocking shame for that is. It's all right. He's gonna come back. Shan, sorry, sister, go ahead. While I'm waiting for you, Bon.
Very bad in the United States, folks. Everybody needs to understand it is very, very bad. It is extremely bad. And number one, and number two, I want to tell everyone, one of the ways to protect yourself is surround yourself with people who are doing the same work, and always have someone with you. So you always have a witness. You know, I've been through a lot of stuff. I've been stopped a lot of times by the police. You know, they constantly run my information. They know who I am. I go into the courts. But I'm telling you, you have to protect yourself. Surround yourself with people. I created a ministry. I have people who are with me. I do record. I always keep a witness with me, because these people are, they will use the police or anyone on you. That is the truth. Also, we all need to understand, try to learn as much as you can about administrative law and administrative courts and how they operate and what they do. And once you understand that, that will help you immensely. And remember, I said send notices to everyone, because I don't care if they do resign or they get out of the position, because you can still take them to court for in their private capacity and get them for what they were involved, because you now have a record and you have it documented. So if they resign or they quit, that's on them. That doesn't mean I can't drag them to court. And even if I lose, I still win, because it's going to cost them $25,000 to $50,000 in a federal court for attorney fees. So you've got to learn how to drag these people. And I'm dealing with agencies. I'm dealing with social workers. I'm dealing with judges. Let me tell you, the judge and the prosecuting officer, the prosecutor for the county, their family, like their cousins, and they're taking all the kids in the county. Their family name is O'Malley in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. And they are working together to traffic children.
Well, we'll have to start working on that and start bringing them down as well. But Shan, just give me a second. You're back.
Yeah, I'm back. I got cut off. I'm just going to quickly read this message out to you, so the people can actually see what's going on in the schools. And then I'll jump off, Rangi. So if you give me a second, I was in the messages, but I've come back out of them now. Okay.
Barney only tells the truth. I promise you that, brother.
I'm not sure if he's reading his messages now. And it's not.
If you can't read it while you're on the phone, maybe send me it, because
I was gonna say,
I could read it. Yvonne, can you hear me?
No, he's still looking into it. Get it up. It'll only be a couple of minutes, if that. He will get it up.
The other thing is, when you stay out of, when you go onto something else on your device whilst you're on TikTok, if you're on there for a period of time, TikTok boots you off the panel.
Yeah, right. There's a way a Bond could do it. If it's a case of paperwork, is actually photograph it and send it up on his page. You know what I mean? That's another way.
Yeah, he's got an easier way. I mean, if he can't do it, he could just send me it, because I use different devices. My phone's available. I could take it.
Yeah, that's what's happened. I ain't personally. He'll come back up again in a second, but he'll find a way of doing it. That's 100% the geezer.
It's all right. Give him a minute just to remind everybody. Firstly, thank you very much for joining. But we are here exposing everything that's happening, regardless of color, creed, religion, title. And the issues and problems that we have got and are happening is pedophile problems, corruption, grooming gangs, and particularly in America, you would know Canada CPS, you'd know in England, social services, or the trust in Ireland. And these organizations are stealing children. And how are they doing that? Very, very simple. They manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes against the vulnerable parents. That's how they're getting it. Yvonne, you're back. Did you get it ready for yourself?
I've got it ready now. Every time I go into the messages here, it just kicks me out. So I've got it now. I didn't want to send it to anybody, because it's been sent to me in confidence, and there's some names on there I don't want those names to be exposed, not without her permission anyway. So I'm going to read the message out without mentioning the names. So she text messages me and she says, yeah, I will watch this. What's the link to jump onto the live? It is crazy what's happening in schools. One of my, that's a name, friends still goes to school. I think he will be year 5, and he signaled with his fingers the weird stuff he was learning about. Also, I met with a friend and asked her how school was going, and most of the girls year 4 were all kissing each other, saying how they were lesbians. And when one of the parents asked her daughter why she thinks she's a lesbian, her response was, because I like her. It's just crazy. Also, also 2 year 4 girls have been caught in bed naked with each other. It's just crazy. So these are people she spoke to, mothers she spoke to, and this is what's happening in her school. And she claims that the home educating was the best move she's ever made. So I just want to put that message out. I'm going to try to bring her on the next live, Rangi, so and other parents who've had similar experiences, just so people can hear it from these mothers and fathers from their own mouths, what their children have experienced through this RSE curriculum.
Okay, so I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because I'd seen a lot of messages coming earlier on asking when I'm lives. I mean, this week I've done about 4 or 5 days, but all depends on the mods. For example, people, if they've got time, I'm more than happy to do this 7 days a week, simply because our children are being abused, they are trafficked, women particularly are targeted deliberately, rapes are going through the roof, and if we do not stand and have the fight, we're never going to get anywhere. You know what I mean? So maybe Gwen and Deb, maybe if they give me a message, let me know if they're available. If you want me to do tomorrow. Now, do know Wednesdays we do have off, and the reason why Wednesdays we are off, we have a private Zoom meeting that we arrange. It gives people a bit of an opportunity privately to have a chat, and on that Zoom meeting is quite different, meaning I've got no objections how deep the rabbit hole goes. I've got no objections talking about it and speaking about it, because we can't do it on a public media like this, because it'll only frustrate parents. It'll scare the hell out of them, because I know Law was mentioning certain words. He was Delachrome. He was saying it like that. Yeah, these things are real. These people are thirsty for our children in every single way, okay, including drinking the blood. These are satanic ritual problems that are happening. So, you know, if the mods or anybody lets me know if you want me to do tomorrow, I'm more than happy. I do have a case that is coming up where social services have been covering up crimes and victims of child sexual abuse. And they're, at the moment, currently, they've got to that level where they're trying to imprison victims of child sexual abuse because they covered it up. So I guess the only agenda for them is to make sure the predators are out in the public. They could just continue robbing, raping, abusing the rest of the nation. And it's not going to happen. I'm not going to stay quiet. So I am going to fight that fight, whether they like it or not. Hang on. Okay, so if anybody does want to join the private Zoom meetings, that's separate. The best way is, like Angel Nans put it there, go through www.lcs.news. We will put you on list. And I know I've actually sent Afghan sister this link before. If you manage, you could jump on, but that's on Wednesday. So it all depends on maybe Gwen, Yvonne, Abs, or Az. What's your thoughts? Shall we do another live tomorrow, or do you need a break? Because these are heavy topics that we're talking about, and we are speaking openly. And Cax, if you're still there, get yourself back in the box, please, if you don't mind. Gwen?
Possibly. I may not be able to be in the panel all night, but I will most definitely be in the comments.
No, that's all. As long as I could get you on a little bit, because I'll manage It's just with the mod side of it because we get a lot of people targeting, and I haven't got time for that. I like to kick them off.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean, as long as I've got people on, I've got no issues. Debs, how do you feel about tomorrow? And I think, to be honest, she does all of it at the moment, handling it absolutely amazing. I know I've got Angel 9, but if you decide, I'll do it tomorrow again. But because we're running right now, we could go on a bit longer to make sure we get the message out. These issues, and look, let me explain because I know there's new people coming in, what this is all about. Very simple. Read it above my head on the left. It's the Breaking Silence Project. What happens when you break silence against these crimes? And the crimes that are written there is child sexual exploitation, abuse at home, bullying, neglect, online abuse, self-abuse. And you or the victim calls 999, 101, Childline, NSPCC, CAPCAS, schools, MPs, mayors, and more, meaning everybody and everyone. But no one is going to come to your aid. The reason why is because of, in America, it's called CPS. In the UK, it's called social services. So social services, this is the breaking silence on the broken system. Phase 1, are social services liars, criminals, storytellers? Who do they lie to? What do they lie about? Do social services mistreat children? Do social services neglect children? Are social services doing the crime and our babies are paying the price doing the time? Are victims being victimized? Do social services control our judges and police with lies and stories? And are there any good social workers out there? Well, the answer is yes, there is good social workers out there. The other ones are questions. Now, the middle I put in there deliberately as well, just to help people to understand how deep this rabbit hole goes without going into it. We're exposing the paedophile rings, corruption within the authorities, grooming gangs, and a lot more. Why? Because now we know, now we have evidence where victims of child sexual abuse speak up and break silence. It's overwhelming for them. Social services go and cover it up while the predators are roaming free amongst the nation, still probably doing what they're doing, while the victim is being victimized by the department to keep them silent. And we're not going to stay silent. And these three in the middle and three separate topics, it's actually one topic. Because I do know now with evidence where there are victims out there of child sexual abuse and people, whether they call themselves counselors, MPs, mayors, it's their family members that are also at it as well. So they all want to keep everybody else quiet. And we're not going to stay silent. This is where we're breaking silence on everything that we're talking about. However, because of what we are dealing with here, it's only due to safeguarding child protection. I'm limited what I can say or show on public media. And this is why we have the private meetings, because the difference on private meetings is if I tell you about what I've been telling you about just now and you say, hey, look, I want to see some evidence. I want some evidence. Well, on that platform, there and then, we'll have your email. We'll just transfer you the evidence. You go have a look at it yourself. This is not about my point of view. These are fact findings, reality that anybody could have a look yourself. My job is to empower the members of the public to see fact findings, not crap findings. Your family court works on crap findings, that they manufacture documents, concerns, crimes, withholding evidence from the courts and professionals, providing false information to the courts and professionals. This is the state of affairs. So this is the topic. However, you've realized we're also talking about children overall with everything. School education is a big problem. In England, I've mentioned it very, very clearly, children at the early ages of 4-year-old, they are teaching them about anal sex, about masturbation, and also trying to groom them, to tell them, to remind them to stay quiet. You know what I mean? It's a private thing. It's a secret. They're grooming our children just as bad as the predators outside because they are predators. So this is what we're actually doing here. Yvonne, you've just unmuted yourself. You want to add anything, young man?
No, I just unmuted myself because I thought if somebody does ask a question, it'll just be easier to answer it. But no, I'm just listening. Back in regards to tomorrow's live, if you want to speak about the schools, I think if Gwen's free, we could do it together or something. So just do it on a day where Gwen's free as well. But I'm available every day, more or less every day in the evenings.
No, absolutely, because it's for me, it's the utmost priority. Anything to do with children right now that is happening to, like what you've read, we need to get it out. So long as I've got both of you, because that's your field of expertise, I could talk about it, like even like what I've just said there, I could just bash it myself. But when it comes to question and answers, I want people to ask the question to the people who are actually more deeper involved. Gwen, I hope you got that. Long as you're available, he'll jump on and we'll do tomorrow as well. Then that for that section, I'll make sure you have the full floor to deal with that. I've got no issues.
Okay, but with regards to what he was saying about the woman was up against the parents, up against the school, and you know they were saying it was incorrect and things. I see that every day. Honestly, I read. People don't read, and that's the problem.
Similar
And I
pattern,
keep
the
repeating
same
it.
thing everywhere. Yeah.
People don't read. It is, and it's like a close friend of mine now. She's her young boy. I think he's 6, and he's neurodiverse, and he was sent home with his letters, and I think I screenshot and sent to him, Rangi, I think. Anyway, what was on these letters? So at the age, so year 6 is, I don't know, talking about puberty and things like this. Now, let me tell you what's happening in a puberty lesson. 9 to 10-year-old children, right? So my nephews in 2021, they obviously knew about this RSE, not in depth because of their age, but they was aware of, you know, if they felt uncomfortable in a classroom of what they was being exposed to, they come straight to me or they record it on their phones. So they recorded the lesson. It was about 45 minutes long, and they were shown an animated video of intercourse and the puberty lesson. 9, 10-year-old children.
You know, it's sickening what you're saying. But the thing is, we know it's happening.
Well,
You know,
if I could
and
just add to that, Rangi, sorry to cut you off, but you know, I've got a whole load of books saved that they've been using in schools, and they're very explicit. These books, you can actually see the penis, you know, entering the vagina. The images are very explicit. I mean, they've been cartoonified, so you know, they're like, some of them are animated pictures and images in these books, but yeah, they're very explicit.
There's books on bondage. There's, you know, two years of age in nurseries today. You've got books on bondage. You've got the how Mummy Laid an Egg. Have you got that book as Mummy Laid an Egg? Giving them welcome packs to 2-year-old children.
No, I haven't come across that one.
I just wanted to
It's on my
say,
profile.
hello, people.
Hi,
You're
Farah.
right.
Hi,
I've
Farah.
been meaning
How are
to
you?
pop in.
Hey,
Here for
Phil.
the fight. Here to expose the predators, the systematic predators. And I was just going to add, I don't know if you guys have seen Bonnie Blue's new little stunt, right? You know, her being pregnant. Yeah, she's going to have a shower, a baby shower, but obviously, essentially, while she's pregnant and have an orgy, right? Pure filth. The problem is with the news, right? They are giving her publicity. Yeah, there's no social workers on her. There's no one investigating her, and she's, you know, publicly saying, I believe this is okay. My body. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. Yet she's you know, 8-9 months pregnant, near enough ready to. Do you know what I mean? It's horrific, and that's being pushed.
Sorry to cut you off. Is she the same person that had she got impregnated by 100 people or something?
Yes, that's the same person. But
Yes.
what I'm saying to people, right? That is what it's as well. Okay, some of you might not like this word, but Zionist. It's a Zionist agenda. She is a paid puppet. She, you know, this is just pure evil, and they're laughing about it, and it's funny because, unfortunately, some poor women or some just like very delusional, doped up, suppressed, you know, people that are on antipsychotics, all sorts of stuff that's messing with their brains, right, are going to start thinking maybe this is the new way. Like, it's pure brainwashing. It's just pure evil is all I can say. It really is.
You
And
also
that's what's-
got
but then you get us, right? There's got the social services on your backs, right? Do you know what I mean? And then she's doing that and getting
You
paid.
also got-
and it's just nuts. It's not like, oh God, it infuriates me.
So you also got the rise of neurodiverse as well, which is more and more and more, you know, every day there's more vax damage, children coming into the world, you know. When they become of age, or when they're a certain age and they see all this online, they can't differentiate between the right and wrong of it. So they think it's okay. And it's the exact reason why I deregistered my son from school, because
Yeah.
if he was exposed to the content of this RSE, he would most definitely become at risk of being abused himself.
Yeah, yeah. And do you know what else it is, right? I'm going to be frank now. Yeah. It's the bastardization of the white race. Yeah. It's like, oh, look at that white woman. And I'm going to be very frank. Look at that white, blonde haired, blue eyed woman, right? She's a WHORE, right? And then that brainwashes other cultures, our own culture, whatever. It's again, it runs deep. It runs deep. Do you know what I mean? And
I agree with you, Farrell, there. I mean, I've been seeing that pattern of operation that's been happening, and it's all been done by the people that believe that you're Goyim, we're all Goyim,
yeah.
to demoralize you, to abuse you. But just 1 second, I think Afghan sister was asking about something. I think she was about Bonnie Blue. So just to help you who Bonnie Blue is a superstar in England. She did a marathon with 1,000 men. It was 1,000 men, wasn't it?
Oh, gross.
She's a porno. She's a normalized porn star, which I've never seen in my entire life. A normalized porn star. Yeah.
So
The spiritual ties.
So she got pregnant through that phase of getting publicity, and this is the fame they look at. The morals have gone, and they will promote her, and yet genuine family members, loving, caring sisters, brother, daughters of ours, they'll just target them. You know what I mean? They don't really care about things like that. I'm really shocked at that. But yeah, that'll be good. But Farrell, firstly, thank you very much. I love the work that you're doing. Just remember, you have my full support. All of ours, we're all working together. Nobody's working separately here. We're all fighting the same cause. And the more people come together and start working together, supporting each other, the better we're going to get. Because let me tell you something, your community, which is the same as my community, we're all one family members. You know what I mean? They are literally picking us off one by one, community by community.
Yeah.
Doing the distraction, picking us off. While these distractions happen, we're the ones that are paying the price for it. So we need to start getting everybody to understand, put everything aside, regardless of your color, creed, religion, title, or even what sex you want to call yourself. They could call themselves whatever, Christmas tree if they want. Long as they're good people, we love and respect them, we'll support each other. If they're a bad one, well, they're getting exposed. And that's where we need to focus.
Can I read something quickly?
Sorry, Afghan sis, so you want to read something?
This I have a manual here. Now, I don't know if you remember, my son was kidnapped for 90 days. They left him in the care of this kidnapper, and when he came home, he was a different child. And I've never had problems with any of my other children, only this one that has been involved with them. He's 21 now, but he went to a youth facility, and this is their welcome to the neighborhood from independent living program. They talk about vaginal and anal sex, and then legal age of consent in Canada. They say it's 16, but 12 and 13 years old can consent sexual activity with less than 2 years of age. So if you're 12, you can have sex with a 10-year-old. And this is what they're teaching these kids. And I mean, I witnessed this. My son and these other kids got money for drugs, sex, whatever. And I'm a grandmother now. He's trauma bond with another girl. They're not together, but I'm a grandmother because of this system who thinks they're going to just keep using our bloodline, our children. And anyways, I'll send you that information. There's more. And then they have, if you have any questions, look the rules up on the website, and you can't even read it because it's all faded out. But they're talking about power play, hair pulling, choking, okay? Anal sex, oral sex, vaginal sex, like, I don't know. And these are 12-year-olds, okay?
It's from birth, yeah. You've got the
So
it is from birth here, honestly.
Well,
And
I
the thing is, right? The other thing about this being, I mean, you've not just got the PDF side of it. You've got the child end fully developed. So the damage that's going to cause as well. That's that's another subject again.
yeah, and I'm gonna send pictures and information, but I mentioned before, at 3 days old, they smexed my son at 3 days old in the hospital. I have pictures of the nurses. I have pictures of my child, and he was 3 days old. This is the same child.
Yeah.
They were mad because I wouldn't sign papers for them to cut a hole in his stomach to have a bowel movement. And I'm a certified colon therapist. My godmother's a certified colon therapist. They were out for his body.
Yeah.
And because they knew I wasn't signing papers, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I gave them my breast milk. I was back in 12 to 16 hours, and he was whisker burned all down there. But I took pictures, and it's wild. It's 20 years. And I looked at the file, and that jumped out at me 20 years later. I look at that file every year. These people still are working at the hospitals in Michigan. These nurses and doctors that did it.
Afghan sis, I think Farrell mentioned it earlier on. I'll just say what I'm going to say and then I'll come to you, Gwen. We know who's doing it. Everybody knows who's doing it because this is part of the Zionist agenda. Because they have something sick wrong with them. They actually have mental health issues. And the only thing they could do is try to exploit the whole nations. And they are. The West is completely being destroyed today. And, regardless of them doing what they need to do, if we don't stand up, our children, I'm going to repeat this, our children won't know how to stand up tomorrow.
Yeah.
The damage is far beyond understanding here. Farrell, go ahead, my sister.
I was literally just agreeing. I was going to say the same thing. Basically, we know what's going on. Most of us have been awake and aware for a long old time. And if we don't show the younger generation, the youth, how it's done and how we fight back and how we take back our power, our sovereignty, and reclaim our rights, then who are they learning from? Do you know what I mean? They're going to be in a 10 times worse situation, because I can tell you now, right? You've got 66 people in the chat, okay? They're only going to get worse. It's all going to get worse very soon, very soon. So they're flexing the powers. The government is giving systems. So the healthcare system, social workers, police, all of them are flexing their power now. It's only going to get 10 times worse. When I see a pattern, it's just, I'm seeing it across the board within my culture, other cultures. It's a pattern, and we're going to need to nip it in the bud soon. So, and that means not just being on here. We have to come together in person, and rallies are the first thing. Rallies is the first thing, right? Protesting is the first thing, grand. But then we need to step up a notch. We need to step up a notch. It's, if you know about the Magna Carta common law, I don't know if you guys are covering that, but essentially it is the people, right, that must come together and hold them accountable. Yeah, the system.
Yeah, Nathan was on your last night, Farrell.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. Can I just answer Alex in the comments? She says it's not in every school, right? So if you have a child in a school, right, you go onto the child's website and you search for the RSE on their curriculum. If that RSE is on their curriculum, because this is in 53 countries worldwide, right? So if that RSE is on your curriculum, it's in your school. Whether it's a private school, a Catholic school, a specialist school, it's in your school.
Done on purpose.
Yeah, you're not going to find it because they
Give
always
everyone
hide it.
understand something.
Go on, Shan. Shan, please go ahead.
We know what they're doing. We know who they are. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. We know who they are. We know what they're doing. We know how they carry out what they're doing. I would like to educate everyone real quick, just to give you power and give you tools I fight these people in the courts. I'm getting ready to take on a whole agency in the state. I'm going to try to get what's called a TRO. That's a temporary restraining order on them to shut them down. Now, if I do this in the one state, it can be done in all the states, and it can be done. I'm talking about in the United States, because that's where I'm fighting at. Common law is very powerful, yes. But what we have to understand is they are doing everything through administrative law. Now, I want to teach you guys a few things before I go, so you understand how powerful you are and what you can do. Number one, I'm writing some books, and I'll let you guys know, and you'll be able to get them very cheap or free, and it will open up your eyes and teach you a lot very, very fast and very simply. And I'm doing this because I want this to end, obviously, like you guys do. Number two, you have to understand all the law schools, what they're teaching in the country. I will tell you right now. I wrote a book on it. I've done the research. The top 10 law schools in the United States are not teaching any law. They are called law schools. They are teaching policy and procedure. So why am I telling you this? Because you can beat them and you can destroy them with actual law. If you know law, learning law and knowing law is not hard. You can learn this. The highest form of law is called equity law. They even admit this in their own books. If you can, get some law dictionaries and learn the words. Now you have to understand all the words in the Black's Law are twisted. The definitions are twisted. It's don't even have the accurate meaning of the words. I pulled 30 books from the last 200 years. All of the Black's Laws, all of the equity masters, all of the original etymology of the words. And what I found in all the courts is they're not actually using the accurate meaning of the words. This is something you can get them for in the courts. It's called word drifting. I'm telling you guys this because I'm preparing you to fight these people in these courts, because this is how you're going to take them down. I'm telling you, we can sit here, we can fight over one battle or another, but this is how you get them. You get them into these courts and you make them answer. They're going to run. I'm telling you, this is when they're going to stop and run.
I agree
Can I
with
just
you.
can I just refresh your memories from last night? When Nathan was on your last night, he told us all about his constitutional movement worldwide, which is on YouTube, and he also said that they are currently in the process of developing a pack for this. So.
No, that's good. As soon as we get that pack, we'll make it available. I just want to add what Shan just mentioned about the Black Law Dictionary. Totally agree with that. Now, for those who are thinking, well, what is it? The language, what kind of language is it? Well, it's English. But fortunately, in the Black Law Dictionary, it sounds like English, but it's known as gibberish. But if you go on the website, w.lcs.news, go to where it says community, tap on it and some tabs will open. Go on to law books. The first 9 volumes of the Black Law Dictionary are there available for you to just tap and download for free. Okay, I will be making a lot more available because I've gone through this so many times. Seeing is believing. So for example, I'll give you a simple example where we say parents, meaning mom and dad. In the Black Law Dictionary, it means a pair that's renting the children. So this is the sickness of these people. We will go to 1 o'clock, Gwen, if you don't mind. We'll go till 1 o'clock because we are going to do tomorrow as well. It gives more time. But tomorrow we will start 8 o'clock sharp again. I hope that helps people with that side of it. Law, anything you want to add on that?
I was going to add, if people can work it out, if everybody has a good morning, because if you've ever been to a funeral, that's what you go to. So I was just like to say good morning, but let's just say morning. But not morning as in AM, PM. This is to do with a morning of death. Do you know, of people dying? A morning. Good morning. So it's all done in a trickle of same again. If we are weakened after the week of work, it goes on and on and on. A pair that rents, parents. Yeah, it goes on. There's so much more that we wasn't actually taught this at school for some reason.
Yeah. deceivers. We're living in a world
Yes.
full of deceivers. Yeah, there's a big
You got it.
illusion happening, and we're bursting the bubble. It was nice to finally touch basis. Also, I was just going to quickly say, Gwen and Law, have you guys mentioned Runnymede? Be good to get everyone here as well.
That was on the 17th of August, and that is in Surrey. I was getting mixed up with Essex, but it's in near Egham, which is Surrey. And funny enough, I boxed a guy. I don't know if anybody know him from Surrey because he was a scaffolder by rights, but then he became a Lonsdale belt holder after doing well. His name was Mickey Aldis. I don't know if anybody knows him, but he's a very, very good man. I boxed him years ago. So yeah, sorry, that is in Honeymead. Honeymead, is it Honeymead? Or
Runnymede.
Runnymede. Oh, I was getting wrong. Yeah.
Runnymede. When is it? The 17th to the 26th
It's the
of August?
No, the 7th. No, the 17th to the 20th, and the Runnymede is the home of the Magna Carta.
Correct.
Yeah, we need as many people there as possible, people. Again, we need people power. We need hundreds there.
Well, Farrell, give me the dates. Let me know, because every time I'm on, I'll make sure I'll advertise it, because that's the purpose of a unity.
Rangi,
coming together.
I'll send you the flyers now, Rangi.
Yeah.
Send me it. I'll do a
And
post on it, and I'll push it out.
If people do, are attending Runnymede, if they book their tickets through Nathan's team, then we'll all be all together. If you book them through Runnymede, you could be potentially over the other side of the pitch.
Okay, well, we'll get it out. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Because I'm actually arranging something right now, and I'm actually going to be doing an exposing lecture in Bradford on the whole day. So I'm just trying to get the venue. So hopefully by tomorrow, I should have the venue, because I've got to do it before the end of the month, where they're trying to silence me, but I'm not going to be silenced. So hopefully I'll give you the updates on that as well, because I will be live streaming that.
Okay, good.
Anybody can do that. But the whole purpose is I'm actually going to give a shout out to all the campaigners to turn up, because it also gives us that opportunity to come together.
Yes.
Instead of seeing each other on public media, we can see live, face to face, and support each other. You understand?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is, because we've got 20 minutes, I want to give everybody enough time, because we've got enough time. I'm going to start with Afghan, because this is just, by the way, a final statement now. Usually people can take a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It doesn't matter, because we need to get the message out, because all I care about is our children, our vulnerable, our women. And I want to remind everybody again, in this battle, in this war, there are more people's daughters, sisters, wives, mothers, grandmothers fighting this war than men. I'm urging all you men out there, all the brothers out there, all the grandfathers out there, please get off the rear, put it in gear, and do something about it. It's our responsibility to have our women and the children behind us to protect. How have we got ourselves in a situation where we put them in front of us being exploited and we're watching? It's shocking beyond belief. And I'm not trying to be rude to you, but you need to kick up the ass, and you're getting it right now. So, if you don't think about anything else, think about your own daughters, your own sister, your own mother. At least that should encourage you to get off your ear and do something about it. Afghan sis, could I have you for your final statement for the night, if you don't mind? We've got 20 minutes for everybody.
We the people have the power. Men, put down your Xboxes and start protecting the women and the children.
That simple, Afghan sister put her there, and she's there. She's bang on right. Sister, thank you very much. We will catch up tomorrow. I'll just go up the ladder, actually. Lord, can I have you next, young man, please?
I was going to say, this ain't for women, this is for men. If you want to watch some football in a code, it's called soccer, then you can watch it in the USA. It's funny. I was describing this with the journalist, because he is an ex-referee as well. And there's a situation happening out there where they're actually stopping certain people, like the Scottish that were saying free Palestine. And they've kind of got in a situation they're not allowed just to kind of get a flight over there. So I'm just showing you that this is not personally the American people. This is a corporation that's doing this. And as I explained, the World Cup which used to be what everybody would know as football, was a case that it's to do with, let's say, a band of people called FIFA, which is connection to WF. And the founder of WF is a so-called king, and his son will be taking over, and his name's William. So there's certain things that we've all got to kind of clock on to, that how it comes with the child, the children that are going and missing, the crime that's happening against. I consider him a non-Sikh, which actually stabbed a guy and killed him. He's got prison time. His family were compulsive liars, as in trying to protect him. And it weren't again. And when I had people actually mention to me on the actual when it was live, I said 99% of Sikhs are genuine people. I'm talking about doctors. I'm talking about, even when I used to box years ago, I met a lot of Sikhs. They're genuine people. The fact that they can actually hold an arms, as in, like, it could be a 4-inch knife. This guy was admitted stolen over a year ago, 1,000 from a Sikh place, which obviously is all kept hush hush. But this is the type you get, good and bad and all. But on the realms of it, it's all to do with certain countries. One is a massive one, Israel. All right, this is where it's all coming from. This is from the traffic. This is to do with Ukraine. This is to do with America, the UK, and this is why they want to get into a little country called Iran. It's to do with the 13th. The 13th is, how can I put it? I think I mentioned this last night. This is to do with time. I'll just put it as time. And this is the whole reason why these so-called, you'd call it America, but it's not. It's the Corporation of America that are doing these things, which they're committing crimes without anybody knowing, because the news is not the real news on the TVs, televisions. So I just thought I'd add that. But God bless you all, man. I'm here.
No, thank you very much. But before you go, just keep him there for a second, because your bond asked for 5 minutes. Maybe your bond wanted to ask Law something. Your bond, as unmute yourself. You put a comment there about Law.
Go on, brother.
Yeah, you're right, Law. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, right, buddy.
You know a little bit about Law, don't you, Law?
Yeah, a little.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you, I just want to discuss something with you. It's only going to take 2-3 minutes. Maybe when you come off it's nothing to do with the schools thing or anything. It's just something to, so if you got 2 minutes, mate, I'll appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, buddy.
Yeah, just drop him a mess, follow, and they'll.
Cool. I'm friends with Yvonne anyway.
No, that's all right.
That's right. That's cool.
Randwa, I think Randwa's just put a request in. I don't know if they have a question or anything. If you just let us know in the comments. If there is, then maybe if the mods are all right with it, I might let you in. But we are coming to the end. Bilal, thank you very much for that. Shan, my sister, can I have your final statement for the evening, my sister, please?
Yes. So this is very, very bad in the United States. Number one. Number two, everyone has to know, yes, the United States is a country, but there is also a corporation, and it is in DC. Number three, everyone in the top tier of the so-called government has dual citizenship with Israel. And you know why. Obviously, we know about, you can be a pedophile and you can go there and you can live there. And if they have dual citizenship, obviously everyone should understand that these people are members of Israel. That's their country. We also need to know everything they're doing is through administrative law. These people are stealing children through administrative law. That is what you need to understand, which is talking about decedents, which means dead, and estates. Okay? And there are ways to safeguard yourself. There's ways to go after them. There's ways to get them and hold them liable financially. Also, we need to understand how to start to look for these things, the word game, the word salad, what these words mean, how to use it against them, how to get them. Remember, sin notices. by certified mail, registered mail. Put liability on them. If you call them up, they're just going to deny you ever talk to them. Paperwork matters, folks. I also want to tell you guys, do understand everything they're doing is policy and procedure. It is not law. Therefore, if you actually know law, you can beat these people. If you understand how policy and procedure works, follow the procedure of the court, but no law. And all the law that you know trumps all their policy. Remember, their policy applies to them. It does not apply to you. Also, remember another thing, folks. They drag you into juvenile court. Well, what does juvenile court mean? First, learn this word. Then understand when they get you to juvenile court, they can only give rights and privileges to foster parents. They can't give rights and privileges to men and women, moms and dads. Also, go into their Black's Law Dictionary. Look up the word mom, dad, mother, father. See what you find out. Do you understand that they don't even have certain words in the dictionary? Learn what they're saying about the words they're using because they're being deceitful. But also look for the words they're not putting in the book because those words have power. Because they don't have any jurisdiction over those words. Also, when it comes to subject matter jurisdiction, they only have subject matter jurisdiction if you give up jurisdiction. A lot of us don't understand. 99.9% of the time, we are giving consent. So you always want to stand from a point, yes, they're using trickery and deceit, but they're looking for consent. You can look these people directly in their eyes and tell them, I do not consent to anything at any time in any way, period. You also have to understand another way to get jurisdiction, and this is going to make a lot of people angry, is when you take an attorney. And here's why I tell you. In Corpus Juris Secundum, Volume 7, Section 4, that is their books, by the way, folks. It's an encyclopedia. They tell you the attorney is an officer of the court. So therefore, when you take an attorney who is an officer of the court, you've given up jurisdiction because you've tied yourself to an officer of the court. You have to understand this. So you can't fight the court using the court. They're going to do that. Attorney is subjected to the court. You have to understand this. Now, when you also read Corpus Juris Secundum, Volume 7, Section 4, it is also going to state to you, this is what the attorney will tell you. They will tell you that they work for you. What they will not tell you, but this is in the books, and you can go read this, and I will tell you where to find this again. They must first do what the courts want. Then secondly, they must do what the public wants. And then thirdly, the last person on the poll they will do for is the client. So that means you will come last. They will do what the court wants first, then they will do what the public wants. That is what the attorney will do. And I do not care if they are pro bono. I do not care if you hire them. I do not care if they are a public pretender defender. These are all officers of the court. They have bar memberships. They do not have licenses in law. You can't get a license in law. You can get a license to practice law, they don't even give them that. They give them a membership to the bar association. These people are all a member of association. When you take an attorney, you give up your sovereignty. Know this. I don't mean to be so stern with you guys, but I want you to understand where your power and your strength is at, how you can combat them, how you can stand on your own 2 feet, and the ways they will come at you and try to deceive you and trick you.
And my sister, I'm glad you mentioned that. It's nice to hear other people speaking that as well. I hope people are paying attention to the last messages. Always very, very important. But Shan, look, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate you joining us. Hopefully, if you're available tomorrow, please join in. And I am going to probably chat, well, we will be chatting more with what you're doing in America, but I don't just want to go into it on public media because there's a lot of issues that are happening. But sister, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much. I wish you guys all the best. I will be back, and I will be looking into your website. And you guys just keep up the work. Keep fighting. Don't give up. Never give up on these kids.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Now, no, Farrell's gone. Bless her. Farrell is absolutely amazing person. She does a great job. Been watching her videos and the lives that she's doing. So, you know, I'm going to say thank you very much for her. She probably would give a message, something simple, that we all need to come together. You know, it's a shame that she's not here, but I will catch her again. Yvonne, sister, can I have you next, my sister, please? Yvonne, please tell me you haven't fell asleep. Yvonne, again. No answer. Okay, I'll go. I'll go. We'll go for Az. If she hasn't answered by Az, then we'll just drop her. That's not a problem. I know there's a few of the people that want to jump on, but we're going to clock off because we usually clock at 12 o'clock. Tomorrow we are going to start at 8 p.m. UK time, so feel free to join in. And you can ask as many questions as you want. It's all about unity and coming together, by the way. We will chat about that. Yvonne, can I have you for your final saying, please, for the night?
Yeah, just want to thank everybody who came onto the panel. Everybody who's speaking out against, the safeguarding of our children. You know, thanks to everybody for speaking up. And I'd just like to end by saying our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. And nothing matters more than our beloved children. So yeah, let's get together and do something about it.
Yvonne, thank you very much. I love the work that you do, and you just keep up doing what you're doing. The more we drip feed everybody, the better. Because on a platform like this, that's what we have to do. We have to drip feed it because it is overwhelming for that. I'm going to go to Yvonne again. Are you there? Going once. Yvonne. Going twice. Yvonne. Gwen. She's gone for 3. So if you don't mind, Gwen, do you want to go next?
Yeah, just thank you again, Rangi, for your platform and raising this awareness on the education again. I don't know about yourself, Ibon, but I feel more people are starting to, do their due diligence now and do what they're supposed to be doing. But I also want to highlight on the fact that he mentioned about the mother that come across the masturbation in the document. She obtained that information by going to the school under section 34. Let me just check because I don't want to get it wrong. Yeah, section 34 of the Children's Social Services Act. And under that act, you can obtain all the materials that the school is using for, to exposing the children to every single bit of material and online. So that's how that mother obtained that information. Can I also mention our trustee Labs in the comments? He's got, so it's on weekendtruthfestival.co.uk, and I believe it's the 17th to the 20th of July. It's another camping weekend. But again, it's all about uniting, and that's what we got to do. Get together in your communities and then, build.
Absolutely. Well said. Love and respect. Only one thing I'm going to add to what you said. You mentioned about thank you very much for the platform. Look, the platform is yours. This is not for any other reason apart from doing what the job needs to be done. To make sure we wake the people up, get the information out, help and support as much as you want. And part of my last statement will be something very simple. like everybody else has been mentioning it. If we do not stand up today and our children don't see this today, our grandchildren will not know how to fight tomorrow. And the problem that we have is our children currently are at risk in every town and city, whether it's in the United Kingdom, whether it's in Wales, whether it's in Ireland, Scotland, America, Canada, Sweden, Denmark, France, Germany, Austria, Australia. The list just goes on. Every child matters. And while we're standing up, while we're fighting the fight, while we're speaking up, to make sure, particularly for those who haven't got a voice, because while they don't have a voice, they're just being oppressed. They've been bullied, intimidated, threatened, and it's very, very easy to take their life. I've seen so many. Thousands of people in England alone commit suicide over a year just in the United Kingdom, again and again, because there's nobody there helping and supporting. So for me, something very, very... Go on, Gwen.
One last thing. Thank you to everyone in the comments.
Thank you so much. You do part of the job there. I love it. No, she's 100% right. I want to say a big thank you very much for everybody who's joined us for the whole evening. I want to say a big thank you very much for everybody being in the comments. I want to take a big hats off to everybody who's been in the boxes tonight. Canada, America, from wherever you are. But at the end of the day, we're all coming together. I appreciate that. I respect that. And this should actually wake people up to understand that the public is coming together, which is what they're worried about. And while I'm saying that, for all the Zionists, all the pedophiles, all the grooming gangs, all the corruption, your days are numbered. We are coming, and we're going to come and get our kids, but you are going to jail. Unless we could pass the bill to make sure we just get you rid of you altogether. So ladies and gentlemen, from me and everybody else in the team members who have been supporting for the whole of the night, please stay tuned. Please get yourself ready. We are going to be live tomorrow night, 8 o'clock onwards. We'll be minimum 8 till 12 o'clock midnight. So good night. God bless. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.